Ik heb je een ding gestuurd. Je weet al, weet je waar je moet halen? Ja, toch? Ah, ja. Ah. Heid. Alles klaar zitten. Yo. Is goed, man. Met jou? We gaan dingen doen, man. Kimma's. Video's. Maar ik heb nog geen video's gezocht. Ik ben nog even aan het kijken. Alles gaan doen, man. Jeetje. Kijk wat ik snel kan vinden. Ik had geen tijd om te zoeken. Geen tijd. Oh, dan kan ik kijken. This finish is crazy.
Young Philly's getting cancelled.
Popular musician and YouTuber.
Laten we gewoon die kijken.
Young Philly's getting cancelled.
Popular musician and YouTuber from the UK, known as Young Philly, has been extradited from Queensland to WA, accused of serious sexual allegations following an incident in Perth.
That's right, Laura, and it's serious. He's facing 4 counts of penetration without consent, 3 counts of occasioning bodily harm, and 1 count of impeding a person's normal breathing or circulation. Detectives say the 29-year-old man said...
Correct.
Actually,
I don't think this guy's a Jedi.
No.
I don't think he's just here like...
Yeah.
Oké, een Jedi doet het niet eens zo, maar ja,
I think
maakt
if
niet
she
uit.
couldn't breathe, it's because he was choking her.
Yeah.
actually assaulted a woman in her 20s in his Perth hotel room after he performed an event in Hillary's on Saturday, September 28.
All right, so his bail conditions are pretty strict. He's going to be stuck over there till December.
Till
he's not allowed
December,
to leave
damn.
Western Australia until he's stood trial. Apparently, the police officers have strong CCTV evidence for why they justified themselves making the extradition and the arrest, as well as photos and videos of the young girl's injuries to her body and to her neck. So, start off at the beginning. These are allegations. They haven't been proven true. If you don't know who Young Philly is a very popular content creator and a semi-popular music artist. He's currently on tour right now, so he's performing. He does his songs in different places. You might know him from Beta Squad, the work he's done with Chunks, and he's been on BBC. He's done a whole bunch of television shows. Let me just say, his life's pretty much over. But I can tell you, all of his TV contracts, all the commercials, all the brand deals, which he makes most of his money.
That's dropped.
It's over. Especially in a place like the UK where they don't play with allegations like that. For someone like him, who is so mainstream and relying on that to make 90% of his money, that's just pretty much done. Young Philly has a long history of being weird around women, apparently. So we're going to examine some of that, take a look at it towards the end. I personally know quite a lot of creators who've either worked with him consistently, or know a lot about him through being in the UK scene. And most of them, all of them have negative things to say about him.
All of them.
Really?
Dat is crazy.
Yeah. What I know is that from all the people I know who have interacted with him, they all say a lot of the similar things. He's very aggressive with ladies, and they all say he's incredibly arrogant and very like pompous when the cameras are off, and he's just very mean towards people.
Gotcha.
And these are people I respect very well. These are people who work with him consistently. So when a lot of the people around you are all saying, I'm not surprised.
Yes.
They're like,
Oh,
I'm
shit.
surprised, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
You know, if they would have said this about Chunks.
It's not, shit. It's been like,
Yeah. Him. Young Philly doing the silly with his Willie moving like Young Diddy.
Damn.
It's not bad. It's pretty good. I'll take that.
Yo.
The one that was most telling to me was that 4 months ago there was a post talking about how he is on with fans on tour. And in the post, a lot of people were leaving comments, and I didn't care for most of them, but there was one of them that was like interesting. I mean, some of these are just arrogance. Like he goes here and like someone says, yes, he tried to make me and my friends guess how much money he makes yearly. And when we said we had boyfriends, he called us dead things anyways. So it was one of them ones where... But here's the one that really stood out to me. The way he was acting in Australia was outrageous. And then someone else replies, what happened? And then the original poster says, he bit my homegirl outside the club. Now, mind you, this is 4 or 5 months ago before any of this kind of stuff surfaced. And over the years, you know, there was talk of him being involved with an underage person. There's a lot of little things like that. And overall, the vibe that he gives off, as well as what people say about him, is he's a bit of a... I don't know if sex pest is the right term, but the dude is... he's
a sex pest. Sex.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Somebody just be on it all the time.
Where'd you get that from?
I don't know. I've heard that a few times.
But that's good.
Adam was the only
Listen to the question, babe, yeah?
So there's no other brothers or sisters.
Your hair smells nice, so.
Thank you.
Was it that weird to sniff someone's hair? during the interview?
Yes, it is. But you know, it's just like the Diddy thing. That like, there's a lot of things that we look back on
With Diddy.
With Diddy was like, and now that we know everything that we know, we look back at it and we're like, oh. But you know, when this happened, we probably would say like, that's a bit odd, isn't it? That's a bit off, right? But when we know what we know, it's like,
yeah. I mean, part of his humorous stick was being like a horny dog. That was part of his it was.
I understand.
For some people think that's funny. I always thought it was a bit cringe.
That can always that's gonna back.
That was his bit. Him
Ik
and
weet
the
niet,
other
kijk
guy,
die video
the
sowieso
Pinero
niet.
dude, they would just
Gaat
often
hem.
be really horny, like sexually aggressive with ladies, and for them that was what was funny for the fans. But the reality was, it was always a bit awkward if you're a well-adjusted person.
You look good as well. What's that? Oof, you're on jiggles as well. Oof.
Emily.
Come a bit closer to me, Emily, I don't stink. And your name is?
Gracie.
Emily and Gracie, ladies and gentlemen. Got great skin, by the way.
A tortoise.
Reflection. Look, we're holding hands now, see? Now that I've won some riddles, she's saying, oh, you're a strong, independent man.
All of them.
Okay, and you're... Ooh, yeah? White gals tick as well. Look after you.
Oh, you're amazing.
Don't hide.
Oh,
Come
my
here, come
God.
here, come here. Ooh,
Great
my
pair
way,
of
put
legs
your
as
head.
I mean, like, it's part of his brand. He's a bit of a horn dog.
I see what you're saying.
Again, in a vacuum, I don't think this thing is necessarily a smoke gun. It is just a bit weird behavior, in my opinion.
It is.
And to be fair, now this makes a lot of sense to me because I've seen like podcast clips of him talking about how he talks to women really badly. And like, for clarification, I didn't take anything to heart. I don't want anyone to be like, oh my God, what a horrible guy. So we're like exchanging DMs back and forth. I was 20 at this point. Yeah, I was 20. And then he like finds my YouTube videos and he's like sending me pictures of myself in my videos, like telling me he didn't like what I was wearing or like he didn't like how I looked in that video. And then like I can't remember what I responded.
Not a crime. Fucking off, bro.
Isn't it weird?
Yo,
I've been doing this.
Not a crime. Not a crime. God damn.
Okay, hold on. Let's keep listening.
Yo, j'aime pas ce que tu portes là. Ferme ta gueule, G.
To a girl you're like chatting?
Girl,
That's so weird.
That's weirdo.
What I responded, but I like tried to just be like, oh, haha. And then he sent me like the most brutal message being like, look, you seem like a lovely girl, but like, honestly, I just could not be any less interested in you. So I'm not going to let you waste your time on this. And I was like, oh my
I bet you felt
God,
so humble.
I never wanted to show my face ever again. I was with Lewis in the car and I was like, what on earth? And I was like, why respond to me that? Like, why keep the conversation going with me then? Like, if you were just going to say that.
Okay, so basically he's acting like every people commenting on posts that you're like, well, why don't you just shut the fuck up then? He's acting like some people that are watching their videos and then commenting.
But when I told you this guy is very entitled and arrogant, and that's what people around him say,
Hoe
and
oud
that's
zijn
what
deze
these people
mannen
in the clips are saying, this is just a reflection of what happened.
Right.
Everything that I've been told before, I see videos of how he is behind. Like,
Let's just say I had a girlfriend, hypothetically, yeah? And I know one of her biggest insecurities was her weight, yeah? And she showed me a red dress and she showed me a blue dress, yeah? I'm not saying this is good how I am. I need to work on it. She showed me a red dress and a blue dress. And I knew in the blue dress she looked a bit fat, but she really liked the red dress more. I would actually say to her, babe, you look a bit fat in that blue dress.
Right.
Because do you know what? Do you know why I would? Well, my train of thought. I do believe it's wrong though, but the only reason I'd say that is because I don't want her to now wear this one because she didn't hear her insecurity in that one. Do you get what I'm saying?
What?
Or maybe I just need to work on.
You're doing way too much to show someone's insecurity. You're doing way too much.
but does any of this mean he did that? There's
No,
a bit
it doesn't mean anything.
of social retardation when I see this guy. And just the way he behaves. It's just like, what's wrong with you? It's just sometimes I see people, I'm like, are you maladjusted? And then it makes sense to me why you would choke somebody out and then beat them after a show, even though you got all the money, you have access to all women who would do it with you consensually. It makes sense to me why you would force yourself on somebody because you're just like a socially weird person. It's like you are entitled and arrogant.
It's
It's
a power thing.
Yeah.
There's a power thing there.
Yeah.
There's definitely a way where he wants to have power over you where I need to tell you your insecurities. No, especially if you didn't ask. Yeah, she asked, Which one is better?
Huh?
Well, answer the question. That one is better. You know what I mean? Not which one is better. You're ugly and fat in that one.
Daarom, kill. What the fuck?
Thank you. There's just something off about it. To me, this is one of them situations where obviously this is going to be something that's going to be litigated in court. But as far as his career goes, it's done for.
I think.
And there's no situation I've ever been in with a girl where I was just leaving bruises all over her body and all over her neck. That's not normal, even in a consensual situation. Someone you just met, for you to be out there, either you're one of the biggest dumb fucks I've ever met in my life, and you just leave random marks on women you barely know, okay, which is a crazy proposition, even in a consensual context, or you're just really just doing evil shit behind closed doors. But to me, it's one of them ones where it's like, if you're gonna be fucking fans on tour, you're gonna be doing this stuff, man, make sure everything is right. Because all you people are just out here just taking chances in front of cameras. Odds are very likely this guy did this stuff, and everybody I know who heard about this said he probably did it. So
That's crazy.
yeah, when your friends are not coming to your defense, when nobody around you is,
Silence radio.
the people you all came up with, some of them even going behind closed doors to say, "Yo, listen, stay away from this one. He might have really done it." That just don't speak well about you. No. It doesn't speak well about your relationships with people, and it doesn't speak well about how you're perceived by all the people around you. So that's where I stand with this.
If you gotta go on tour and sleep with these girls, don't.
Fucking groupies doesn't have to be a horrible thing. It's just
No, it's not.
You just can't be entitled. If just because she's a groupie, you know, if it comes to a point where she's in bed but she says no, then you just gotta let it go. There's gonna be another groupie at the next show.
That's a good bar. Yo, did you hear yourself?
No, but just there's gonna be a groupie at the next event. Like me finding out this dude's a sex pest, liking 15-year-old girls' pictures and stuff like that. It's
That's
just
crazy,
one of them
man.
situations where I'm like, why? There's so many people you got access to, but it's the entitlement. It's the same entitlement that makes them say all that foul shit to people. It's the same entitlement that makes them acting crazy to people. It's the same entitlement that makes them think you can be a famous person and just liking 15-year-old tweets. Or talking to 17-year-olds on a regular basis as a 30-year-old. Or, you know what I mean, just doing all this like gross shit where you're just sniffing with... It's the same thing. But this shit catches up with you eventually. You know, somewhere out there, I guarantee you, a man named LV General is just loving his best life.
Who's LV General?
And you may not know the lore. This is probably one of my favorite bits of lore that I know for no fucking reason. But LV General is the guy who Young Philly came up with when they first started. Okay. And then Young Philly got rid of him because LV is a little bit crazy. And LV's always been bitter about that. But now he's seeing Young Philly get to the top and then go to prison.
Laughing.
Yo.
I haven't heard that nigga in a long time. I haven't heard that shit in a long ass time.
I'm telling you, man.
Yo.
Australian prison gotta be crazy too.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's gonna be out there in cellmates with fucking giant spiders and snakes that look like humans. Yeah. And in Australian prison, you don't gotta worry about other men when you drop the soap. Yeah. Imagine if a spider went up your ass.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Hey. Oh,
100%.
You gonna be shitting cobwebs and everything.
100%.
Yeah. Every time you go to sleep, prison starts good night and just.
I thought I was supposed to be alone in my cell. You are.
Just like 100 eyes glowing in the dark and shit like that.
I was supposed to be alone in my cell.
Yeah.
Yo.
You see all these tough niggas just going out to the courtyard, middle prison shift, right? Just chilling all the inmates, and then there's just a kangaroo just jumping around like, yo, who wants these hands?
Yeah, who wants this? And you know what? Kangaroo gonna fuck you up.
Yeah, I see kangaroos kick people and send them flying.
A kangaroo is a jacked up reindeer.
Yeah.
Reindeer.
Honestly, if I get arrested by Australian police, I already know I'm going to jail. First off, I can't even say not guilty. Nobody understands their English. Secondly, you just know that once you get to jail, it's going to be the worst situation possible.
100%.
Because all these other inmates who are like gangsters or selling drugs will come up to you, say some shit. I stray up, cunt. And you're like, hey, bro, just...
Well, the worst thing than going to jail is going in the bush.
Well, tell me about that. They got bushes in jail in Australia?
The bush? No, the bush is the middle part of Australia.
Okay.
Where the sun try to kill you.
Ooh.
Where everything else tries to kill you.
Yeah.
They got big spiders. They got small spiders.
Yeah.
You know what a brown recluse is?
Well, isn't Australia where the British Empire sent all their criminals and whores?
Yeah, they're basically Australia was a prison.
Yay! Okay, see? So there you have it. Since you love whores so much, enjoy. You fit right in amongst them criminals. Huh? Goodbye.
God damn, that was ruthless.
Goodbye. He going to prison.
Crazy, man. Oh nee, dat is niet wat ik zoek. What can kill you in... Ik ben even benieuwd.
For some people, Australia is a country full of lots of bitey animals that want to end your life. Although there are some dangerous creatures in Australia, the risk of them biting or killing you is relatively low. In fact, there are plenty of other countries that are far more dangerous when it comes to wildlife. But of course, it's important not to be reckless when visiting Australia. In this video, I will be going through just a few creatures on the continent, as I will be going through the deadliest animals in Australia. The first group of animals we will be looking at are the land animals. And when you first take a look at the Australian ecosystem, it seems to be missing something. Most other continents have large land carnivores, whereas Australia seems to be lacking them. This land was once home to a large marsupial lion, but this creature went extinct around 30,000 years ago. Today, one of Australia's largest land carnivores is the dingo, but this wild dog wasn't always Australian. The earliest known dingo fossil was found in Western Australia, and this dates back to around 3,450 years ago. It's thought that dingoes first reached Australia around 8,300 years ago, and it's believed that they were brought over by a human population. Since then, they really have made Australia their home, but they're not exactly very dangerous to humans. In most cases, dingoes only go after children, and the most recent attacks were non-fatal and happened in 2021. To this day, there has only been a handful of fatal dingo attacks, and for the most part we're not on the menu and they don't view us as food. In Australia, far more people are killed by domesticated dogs than they are by dingoes, and really they're not as dangerous as you might think. There are some other relatively large land carnivores in Australia, and these come in the form of monitor lizards. The largest of the Australian monitor lizards is the parenti, but really this creature is very unlikely to attack a human. These lizards live in the more arid areas of Australia, and they very rarely encounter humans. Even if you did come across this reptile in the wild, it would probably flee, as it's really focused on much smaller prey such as lizards and birds. Strangely, one of the most dangerous creatures that you can run into on land in Australia is not a predator, and it is in fact the southern cassowary. This bird is one of 3 species of cassowary, and it is the heaviest bird in Australia despite being shorter than the emu. These giant birds mostly feed on fruits on the forest floor, and for the most part they are quite peaceful creatures. Problems arise when people start feeding these birds, as these birds can become very protective of their young, and they don't need a lot of encouragement to attack. One of the things that makes the southern cassowary very dangerous are its 2 spear-like inner claws. When attacking, it will thrust these towards people, and they can easily become embedded in your abdomen. Even though these birds are potentially dangerous, attacks are still relatively rare, and there have only been a few fatalities over the years. One of the most recent fatal attacks didn't even happen in Australia, as a Florida man was killed by his pet cassowary in 2019. So even though this bird doesn't take many lives, it's best to leave it alone, and this is especially the case if they have young. Even though Australia is lacking some large land carnivores, it definitely isn't lacking smaller venomous creatures. Australia is famous for its highly venomous snakes, and there really are quite a few species. The species that is often known as the most deadly is the inland taipan, but really it's very unlikely that you will come across this snake. More than 85% of Australians live within 50 kilometres of the coast, and that's because the majority of Australia is inhospitable. Most of Australia is made up of dry deserts, and it's very hard to make a living here. In these areas is where you'll find the inland taipan, and really this snake wants nothing to do with you. They feed almost exclusively on small mammals, and they'd only bite a human in self-defense. This snake is called the deadliest snake in Australia because of its venom, as it's estimated that one bite possesses enough lethality to kill at least 100 fully grown humans.
Bruh.
Of course, stats like these are very frightening, but there are quite a few other species that kill more people in Australia than the inland taipan. Since the year 2000, there are 4 main culprits when it comes to snakebite fatalities, and these are the coastal taipan with 3 fatalities, the western brown snake with 3 fatalities, the tiger snake with 6 fatalities, and the eastern brown snake with 12 fatalities. These 4 species are not the most venomous snakes, but they're more likely to come into contact with humans, and they're more likely to bite. Luckily, if you are bitten by any of these snakes in Australia, normally if you get medical attention you will be fine. As there are so many venomous creatures in Australia, most hospitals have a large amount of antivenom, and this of course will reverse the effects of the venom. Australia is also very well known for its large spiders, and these can come in the form of tarantulas, trapdoor spiders, and mouse spiders. All of these arachnids are potentially dangerous, but possibly the most deadly species is the Sydney funnel web. This species has a highly toxic venom that's produced in large amounts. It has very large fangs to inject this venom, and a bite would definitely ruin your day. As this species is the deadliest spider in Australia, you may assume that it kills quite a few people each year. This couldn't be any further from the truth, as there hasn't been a fatality from a Sydney funnel web bite since 1981, and this was when its antivenom was first made available. So even though many of the large spiders in Australia are frightening, it is very unlikely that they will kill you. But now we've looked at some of the most dangerous land creatures in Australia, it's time that we look towards the ocean. The waters around Australia are teeming with life, and there are quite a few marine species that can only be found around Australia. Just off the coast of Australia you will find some of the largest reefs in the world, and these reefs are very fragile and diverse ecosystems. Before we go any further, I'd just like to point out that shark attacks are very rare. There are only around 5 to 15 fatal attacks each year, but quite often a large percentage of these attacks happen off the coast of Australia. Shark attacks are mostly carried out by 3 main species, these being the bull shark, the great white shark, and the tiger shark. In Australia, the majority of attacks are carried out by great whites, and since the year 2000, bull sharks were responsible for 1 fatal attack, tiger sharks were responsible for 1 fatal attack, and great whites were responsible for 18. The most recent fatal shark attack in Australia happened earlier this year, but the culprit was thought to be a bull shark as it happened in a river. As I've already said, shark attacks are still relatively rare, but as it is one of the most frightening ways to go, it's understandable why so many people are scared of sharks. Not all deadly ocean creatures have to be large predators, as the waters of Australia are also home to some smaller killers. If you go snorkeling in the waters around Australia, you might be able to find some blue-ringed octopus species.
Oh, hell no.
For the most part, these creatures are harmless if you leave them alone, but if you accidentally step on them or you pester them, it could be the last thing you do. Blue-ringed octopuses can produce tetrodotoxin, which is the same toxin that's found in some pufferfish species. This toxin is extremely dangerous, and if a blue-ringed octopus bites you, it can certainly end your life. Fatalities from blue-ringed octopus bites are extremely rare, but there's thought to have been at least 11 over the years. Another group of marine creatures that you might want to look out for are the jellyfish, and more specifically the box jellyfish. These creatures are able to cause paralysis and cardiac arrest with their stings, and in some cases this can lead to death. Since the year 2000 there have been at least 10 confirmed fatalities, and it's important that you look out for signs. So far these creatures have proved that the waters around Australia are relatively dangerous, but there is still one ecosystem that we haven't taken a look at. Australia's freshwaters can be very rich and diverse, and they're home to some creatures that can't be found anywhere else in the world. These waters are often full of predators, and some of them are even home to one of the largest predators on this planet. There are 2 species of crocodilian that can be found in Australia. One is the mostly harmless freshwater crocodile, and the other is the highly dangerous saltwater crocodile. The Australian freshwater crocodile is mostly interested in fish, and you can tell this by its long narrow snout. This crocodile only really attacks in self-defense, or sometimes in cases of mistaken identity. The saltwater crocodile, on the other hand, is one of the most dangerous reptiles in the world, and is one of the few predators that sees humans directly as a food source. Although they are called saltwater crocodiles, they are mostly found in brackish waters, and if one of these predators chooses to attack you in the water, you stand little chance. These crocodilians really are apex predators, and giants can exceed lengths of 6 meters. Even though these predators are terrifying and they are more than capable of taking down a human, fatal attacks on humans are still relatively rare. On average, in Australia, saltwater crocodiles kill around 1.9 people a year, and this really is a shockingly low number. I guess if you knew this predator could potentially be in a river, you're very unlikely to swim in it, and really I wouldn't blame you. If you think there's any deadly Australian creatures that I haven't included in this video, then let me know down in the comments below. But thank you for watching, I hope you enjoyed. If you liked it, please leave a like and subscribe if you want to see more videos like these. But until next time, goodbye.
Maar gaat hij veel meer zo noemen? Veel meer. Oh. SpongeBob theories and shit. Why these fish belong more than a horror movie than sharks? Oké. Kijken we deze. Dan gaan we door met de game. Oh, hell no.
Eu gosto assim, amostradinho.
You know, the greatest trick Hollywood ever pulled was convincing the world that sharks are the only things to fear in the water. There be monsters. In the last video, we talked about how sharks might just be the most misunderstood creatures in nature, with a PR team that works about as hard as a whiteout's brain after 6 rounds of CTE. They've been done so dirty, they've actually overshadowed the other ichthyological insanity spawned from Satan's septic tank. These are 7 fish that should honestly terrify you more than any shark. This isn't really to substitute one fear for another, but I do think these fish could make a much more traumatizing, nightmare-inducing horror flick than Jaws. And it starts right here. Those eyes belong to a pair of arapaimas, also known as a pirarucu. You've definitely seen them before. Does this video ring a bell? It definitely rang his. It's one of the biggest freshwater middle fingers nature forgot to vault, usually growing to over 6 feet long and 200 something pounds. It's bad enough those are NBA point guard measurements, but the beefiest ones can get to 10 feet in length and weigh over 400 pounds. This Jurassic roid guppy usually eats other fish to go with fruits and seeds, but also birds and allegedly even monkeys sitting on branches too close to water. And if you don't believe that, it's because you haven't seen them hunt. They're explosively quick, and the aquatic black hole has been known to confuse feet for fish and violently pull people underwater. One zookeeper reportedly made the mistake of trying to retrieve a glove that had fallen into an arapaima pool, and in a split second got his hand, wrist, and several fingers broken. There's also the fact that a refrigerator-sized fish will yeet themselves out of water in self-defense. And let's talk about that defense. The plus-size paiche is covered in heavily armored scales, not only tough enough to tank piranha attacks, locals historically use them as nail files. They've also used their tongues as scrapers, since these fish have teeth growing out of a bony tongue that can be used to effectively crush struggling prey against someone for their mouths. You know nature got in its bag when it made a fish that can breathe air, and the Antichrist of the Amazon has a modified swim bladder that was repurposed as lungs, meaning this flex of a fish can survive 24 hours out of water. On one hand, that means they have to come up for air every 20 minutes or suffer the eternal shame of being a fish that finds a way to drown. But it also works out for them because in low oxygen water where most fish become slow and sluggish, the air merchant menace can pretty much go on a killing streak. Now the question is, could an arapaima pack up a person? While there's no indication they see us as a snack, there are old stories of high-strung assault guppies effectively drowning people, likely by knocking them unconscious and leaving them incapacitated underwater. Not him, he's fine. You can unclench guidelines, he's good. But one man that almost wasn't was Jeremy Wade. He probably needs no introduction, but long story short, he's a zoologist who hosted the show River Monsters, which ended, but only because he caught every fish nature had to offer. But he almost caught an early life retirement after a pissed off paima struck him square in the chest and nearly caused irreversible damage to his heart. Not only did this fish nearly have us singing The suspect wasn't more than 90 pounds. Remember, the overachievers can press the scales at 400 or, 180 kilograms worth of kill a man. So yeah, the arapaima is a shack-sized, air-breathing, armor-plated predatory vacuum, and strangely enough, it's not the fish I'm most scared of in the Amazon. But we'll get to that. The piranha actually isn't. If you remember from an earlier video, piranhas might be just as misunderstood as sharks. They're mostly just scavenging opportunists that our childhoods convinced us were way more of an issue. You cannot say the same for their cousins found in the Congo basin of Central Africa. The Goliath tigerfish can grow to nearly 5 feet long, over 100 pounds, and they're what people were told piranhas are times 10. They're in the same order, but where piranhas are primarily a swimming cleanup crew, tigerfish actively hunt for their bodies. And you'll find out, nature built this prehistoric problem to do exactly that. They have sharp dagger-like teeth that many swear are comparable to that of a great white, although I personally see them as more conical, like a crocodile, which is a coincidence since the saltwater variety are their only natural predators. But of course, the swimming expletive has also been known to murk smaller crocs. They have eerily strong eyesight to track prey, special organs to detect the vibrations they make underwater, and they're strong enough to brute force their way through the turbulent waters of their hunting grounds. They're considered one of the toughest freshwater fish time left behind, and tigerfish are even on record snatching birds out of the air. Not just birds, but swallows, some of the fastest and most maneuverable out there. Scientists studying them watched as 300 birds got permanently grounded by tigerfish in just over 2 weeks. They're so feared that in many places they're only known by one name, benga, meaning the dangerous fish. There's even a story of a young girl wearing a belt made out of bottle caps in order to ward off evil spirits. Ironically, it did the exact opposite and attracted a tigerfish who apparently confused the bottle caps for fish scales and nearly bisected the girl. Allegedly. It's an extremely fast, explosive vice grip with almost zero prey prejudice. And I'd still rather take a bite from them than the fish up next. And that's cause next is the candiru. And a lot of y'all already know what road we're going down. The candiru is a tiny parasite in the Amazon, also nicknamed the vampire fish for their habit of invading the gills of larger fish and scraping the insides to feed off their blood. And with backward-facing spines and a powerful bite, it's nearly impossible to shake it off before it completes its liquid transaction. The horror comes from the legend of candiru being attracted to the chemicals in urine and swimming up the urethra of unlucky humans and getting stuck up there. A fate that takes surgery to reverse. Imagine a serrated, sentient toothpick in your bathing suit business and you'll see why the violation with gills is so feared. But how much of this is even real? Most of the reports of people getting penetrated by peenfish are really sus at best. Apparently, they're not even attracted to the ammonia in human urine in the first place. There's a good chance that the candiru controversy came from European settlers coming home from long expeditions and telling these long, exaggerated stories to anyone who'd listen for status and attention. Yeah, but basically they were probably lying for clout. You have to remember, the whole piranha skinning a cow thing spawned from locals staging an event to impress the president. The truth is, your chances of peeing in the Amazon and getting frontal probed by a fish are about as much as you getting meal prepped by a shark or getting struck by lightning. Oh my bad, and getting struck by lightning. That being said, I'd rather get tag teamed by the pets of Poseidon and the forces of Zeus than have a bloodluster up my urethra, no Franklin. If the odds ain't zero, they're just too high for me. But I'll happily take a candiru to the mandiru, then run into aquatic op number 4. In fact, I'm so afraid of it, I actually had to break my own rule for this video. The Humboldt squid obviously isn't a fish, but it's the closest thing to a living nightmare on this list. Let's be clear, at 5 feet, about 100 pounds, there are bigger squid. What sets Humboldts apart is they can hunt in packs of over 1,000. Yeah, that's 3 zeros like a Tony Snell stat line. Nicknamed Diablo Rojo, there are old fisherman tales of men falling overboard, getting swarmed, and never coming back up. There's also stories of them curiously approaching divers before flipping and trying to rip their masks off. But who needs stories when marine biologist Alex Kirstich can tell you about the time several homicidal squids grabbed him and attempted to drag him down into the dark maw of the abyss. It gets worse when you realize what exactly happens when a red devil decides to take you to hell. Humboldts aren't just highly intelligent, they're covered in tiny red chromatophores that they can use to rapidly change color in order to communicate with each other. It's like Morse code but for Crip and calamari. We don't know exactly what it means, but there's a good chance if a Humboldt confronts you and starts violently flashing red, it could be telling a bunch of others you can't see that you're free eats. So likely the last thing you'll see is pulsing red before you get eaten alive. It doesn't help that satanic cephalopods are known for speed eating and are notorious for stripping fish to the bones faster than fishermen can reel them. Add a beak that can easily slice flesh and a bite force that can reportedly crack bone, and I think you see why I'm not exaggerating when I say I'll deal with every other fish on this list than a pack of predatory color coordinating squid. And I don't care what logic says, there's no doubt in my mind this squid would eat a human if they thought they could. Why? Humboldt squid only live about a year. That rapid growth in a short time means they'll rarely pass up an easy meal, even if it's their own kind. Humboldts are highly cannibalistic, and they will not hesitate to turn on a weak or injured member of their own hunting party. There was a study done off the coast of Chile that found that out of over 2,000 squid, more than half held the remains of their own kind in their stomachs. Sounds to me that anything they see as weaker than them is something they can feed off, and the only saving grace for us is they usually only press things smaller than they are. But you don't even have to be seen as food for affiliated squids to be a problem. Like a true xenophobic, they react to most things they don't understand with aggression, and they've even attacked cameras and equipment and left them out of order. But to me, the most disturbing aspect of getting assaulted by squids is, even if you escape, if you panic and surface too fast, you can get the bends and past tense anyway. That type of psychological horror is what puts the Humboldt here, and wouldn't you know, emotional damage is another symptom of finding out about the next fish. Cause now we got the stonefish. Not one of, but the most venomous fish known to man. It's armed with...
Ik moet YouTube euro maken, man. Dat is het gewoon. Daarom. En Twitch moet een site fixen ook. Dat is irritant. Maar nee, man. Ik moet 3000 kijkuren hier maken, man. Dat is het. Maar ik kan gewoon live via Twitch. Dat is geen stress. Kan ik, hoe heet dat? Morgen wel doen. Ik kan ook 3 uurtjes hier live en zo meteen live op Twitch, man. Je kan toch beide tegelijkertijd? Nee, man. Want sommige dingen die je kijkt op Twitch kan je niet kijken op YouTube, toch? Dan gaat die beeld hier weg en zo, man. Dan krijg je zeg maar copyright Tory. Tot het weg is.
With verrucotoxin, and symptoms of getting stung include crippling pain, shock, tissue death, and even paralysis. And speaking of pain, you can be in agony for over 12 hours, and it's enough of an eternal jihad to cause hallucinations. Anecdotally, there have been tourists who've stepped on a stonefish only to beg their doctors to chop off the whole foot. Then there's the added threat of, if you don't get out of the water quick enough, it won't even be the venom. You can get paralyzed and catch a stage fatality to drowning. Even if you survive, you can still suffer permanent nerve damage and severe muscle atrophy. But that all wouldn't even be that bad if the stonefish wasn't nature's manifestation of a dick move. The most venomous animals on the planet usually dress with bright colors to warn the rest of the population that they're packing. Stonefish decided to do exactly none of that and instead cosplays as a stone, only to mortally punish you for its camouflage working. Like I said, it's like having invisibility but also serving the death penalty every time someone steps on your foot. Then you gotta add the fact that there are another fish that can survive 24 hours out of the water, and they have a literal switchblade growing out of their forehead. Yeah, I knew they were a problem ever since one nearly perma-napped Nigel Thornberry. A stone-cloaking toxic minefield of misery, but with stonefish anti-venom being the second most administered in Australia, today if you get stung, your chances of surviving are actually pretty good. Not like the next fish, because for this one, there is no antidote. The stonefish might be the most venomous fish, but the pufferfish is arguably the most poisonous thing alive. Quick rule of thumb on the difference, if it bites you and you die, it's venomous. If you bite it and you become a wuzz, it's poisonous. And few things are more poisonous than puffer tetrodotoxin, which is 1,200 times more of a death sentence than cyanide. Tetrodotoxin interferes with signals between nerves and muscles, causing muscle paralysis and a total shutdown. And of course, the fugu blowfish is considered a delicacy, but if the chef misses a single cut even by a little, you're instantly on the clock. You won't know that happened until your face goes numb and your lips and tongue get this weird prickling feeling. Then, you'd suddenly get a splitting headache and dizziness to go at vomiting and diarrhea as your body desperately tries to purge the poison, but it's already too late and you'd start getting paralyzed, starting with the hands and feet, but slowly spreading out, and by this point, you likely can't even call for help. Finally, it'd get harder and harder to breathe until you notice the room slowly fade to black, leading to either a coma, seizure, or just death. The permanent kind. Tetrodotoxin essentially flips a kill switch in your body, and there is no antidote. The only treatment is hooking you up to a respirator to breathe for you and praying it passes. The poison puffball is such a problem, it makes you forget they also have teeth that can bite clean through your finger. In fact, it's more than enough to violate a scorpion. And I don't even know how to describe what they do to crabs, turning crustacean into crustacean with a smile no less.
Nah,
it's
crazy.
criminal. There's nothing funny about getting caught in that bite, with reports of pufferfish mutilating the genitals of men, and one case in 2008 where a Cambodian child had his coin purse sliced in half by a pufferfish. And unlike the kangaroo, this ain't a myth. Have your privates out by a puffer and you might just get... So that's 6 of the sinister 7, but before we get to the last one, we got honorable mentions. The fact that there's a fish that weaponized electricity enough to decommission a caiman and we just accept that is kinda crazy. And the thing is, it might not even be the voltage, but it's getting knocked out in shallow water that'll get you. Swordfish are one of the fastest things in the sea. They also have a built-in melee weapon equipped capable of inflicting life-altering harm. In 2015, a Hawaiian man was fatally struck in the chest while trying to catch one. Another man in Malaysia bled to death after a swordfish yeeted itself out of the water and also RNG'd him in the chest. Swordfish are also on record shanking sharks and even bleeding out sea turtles. The sheep's head fish. Really only because of that mouth. Trypophobics be damned. The Titan triggerfish is a highly aggressive honey badger with gills capable of dishing out severe injuries with the same teeth they use for crunching coral, sea urchins, and even a crown of thorns starfish. The trigger might as well be named after their temper, and this 1.5-foot vibe check is a big reason why beginner divers never go back in the water. Speaking of big, the Goliath grouper. At 8 feet up to 800 pounds, the fish the size of a small car feels more like a leftover Jurassic prop. Lucky for us, most divers describe it as a gentle giant with the temperament of a St. Bernard, although a St. Bernard didn't allegedly swallow an entire kid in the Florida Keys. Allegedly. But since we're on the subject, the last fish on this list are catfish. And yeah, that's kinda cheating. There's over 3,000 species of catfish, even including the genital jihad, the kangaroo. Catfish are like the trash compactors of the fish family, which isn't a problem until you see just how big they can really get. And once a catfish gets big enough, there aren't a lot of things alive they won't try to eat. We've seen armadillos, turtles, and even unaware seagulls get bored by a catfish. There's a species in France that figured out how to stalk and hunt bathing city pigeons. Another learned to wait by cave entrances to suck up any exhausted bats that fall in. There was even a catfish nicknamed Kuno the Killer who terrorized a German lake and somehow caught and ate someone's dog. Basically, they're all the shit I've talked about pelicans being, just in fish form. The question is, if a catfish has ever eaten a live human, and it isn't even if they would, but if they could. The Wells catfish can grow to 10 feet long and cap out at 300 pounds. The Mekong catfish can also get to 10 feet, and the heaviest one ever recorded was pushing 650 pounds. If there's a catfish that could stomach a human, it should be one of these, but there's a slightly smaller catfish that was believed to be a legit man-eater. In the late 90s and early 2000s, a series of fatal attacks on people in the Gully River had people convinced there was something in the water hunting humans. In these attacks, victims were suddenly pulled underwater in front of people, only for their bodies to never be recovered. In 2007, Atal Kumar was swimming with friends when he was violently dragged underwater, and while he was never seen again, friends caught a glimpse of something that they could only describe as an elongated pig. Crocs and bull sharks were considered, but the prime suspect ended up being the goonch. At about over 6 feet, 200 pounds, the goonch is usually smaller than the whales or the Mekong, but it's feared that the practice of burning funeral pyres by the river led to the equal opportunists developing a taste for human flesh. And while it's a stretch to say a corpse-happy catfish could swallow an adult, it becomes a little less believable with children. There's no solid proof of a catfish catching a person, but they for sure can off one. The biggest ones can easily overpower you, if not just knock you out and drown you. Not to mention a majority are venomous, with those spines putting both experienced fishermen and oblivious bystanders in the hospital. They also have a nasty sandpaper-like bite that can easily draw blood. But what really makes them a living horror movie is their intelligence. The ones packing up pigeons, they weren't always doing that, but they pretty much ate everything else around them and were forced to adjust. So it's anyone's guess what could happen if they gain a taste for humans, and with catfish being swimming tongues with over 175,000 taste buds across their bodies, yeah, I doubt acquiring taste takes long. But yeah, that's gonna do it for this video. Make sure you drink water, hug your mother, try not to get catfished out here. If you'd like to see me swim with slightly less freaky fish, the full GoPro footage of me in Hawaii will be uploaded to my Patreon. And with that last second self-promo out the way, I'ma see y'all in the next one.
You blowing her bubbles?
Hell no. Hell no. Dat ding is hier ingelogd trouwens. Ja, toevallig wel. Oh, wacht even hoor. What the fuck? Oh, nee, niet zo. Dashboard. Hi, laten we. Even checken. Ga ik uitdrukken. Als het komt, hey. Wordt het even opgehangen? Maar dat oké. Zie, laat me voor drinken schenken, shit. je al veel?
Marcus, those Nudon parasites got our recruitment video killed. Can you believe it?
Oh, I believe it.
Jimmy Sisko's greatest fits? Say it ain't so.
What are we gonna do about it?
Come by the hackerspace when you have a minute and we'll figure out the best way to pay them back.
Hi.
Hey, Marcus, I got something to show you.
Am I gonna like it?
I'm gonna say 30 to 1 odds against.
Then I guess I better get it out the way. See you soon.
Yo, come to see the magic happen? I'll let you watch while I do my thing.
If you wanted magic, maybe you should be watching me work.
Ho ho! Did Luke ride on Yoda's back? I think not.
I was always more of a Lando man myself. Owned the Millennium Falcon, ran Cloud City, blew up the second Death Star. Killer mustache.
Killer mustache. I'm more of a Chewie guy myself.
Killer.
Rips off arms, handy with a hydro spanner, more hair than an 80s Greek porno.
I can see that.
Do you want to? I still have some old tapes.
I'm good.
Galilee was on the right track in their car dev. Looks like their plan was to feed the driver data into a machine learning algo. Meanwhile, Noodle's still using rule sets.
Guess we shouldn't be surprised when Galilee releases a car into the wild that really works.
Only a matter of time, man.
Okay.
So we've been looking at this new guy, calls himself Retro. Now I like his style. Spent some time in Oakland. In fact, that's where he earned some of his hacker cred. I read everything I could about it when it was going down. The Home Domain Center had to deal with Homeland Security. They rolled out cameras in Oakland and started stockpiling data on everybody. Somehow Retro got targeted by the thing and profiled him based on his computer skills and marked him as a prime suspect in the local high-tech robbery. The evidence was all digital. Nothing put him at the scene of the crime. And the case was a shit show, full of quotes from people who didn't know anything about technology, lies everywhere, false flags and fear-mongering. They weren't about to admit to a flaw in their system. Retro got lucky. He got a judge that decided not to throw the book at him. So he ended up with community service.
I've been digging a bit deeper into the studio's data sharing deal with Bloom, and the thing is, the studio let them have some of the user data, but Bloom's accessing more of it without the studio's knowledge.
And the studio hasn't noticed?
No, because the studio is using CTOS infrastructure. It's getting grabbed there.
Josh must be right. Bloom's using it to improve their facial recognition with emotion mapping.
Combine that with profiler data, what have they got?
Some scary predictive algo in the works.
That's the way I see it too.
Yeah.
The original Chicago DedSec has coordinated operations, everybody mostly working towards the same goal. Rumors say that the leaderless group actually has somebody upstairs calling the shots, the Council of Daves. I can't say if it's true or not, but somebody's focusing their efforts. I know because I studied everything about them, even ran a few of their ops. I wanted to emulate them, try to figure out what worked for them and apply it to us. But the members of our Bay Area DedSec couldn't be more different from each other. Now, if there was a spectrum spanning anarchists to activists, we'd probably fill the whole damn thing. But there's one thing that unites the key crew. Each one of us has reason to hate big data. More specifically, Bloom and its CTOS. I've been overseeing operations, making sure people get to where they need to be with the tools they require. I've got eyes on the big picture. The way I see it, I've lit the fuse. It's only a matter of time before Bloom feels the DedSec explosion.
Okay.
You try to take a deep breath, get your blood pumping, and you just can't. Or it hurts. Either way, it feels like there's change.
Oh. Hoe werkt dat niet? I see.
Please state the nature of your emergency.
A shooter. Help.
CTOS is monitoring the situation. Police are en route.
Wie is de shooter? Zeg niet dat ik de shooter ben, man. What the fuck gebeurt hier?
They're on their way.
Squad, suspect is armed.
Squad, we have alerts of a hostile in your area.
Dat is niet wat ik al doe.
Exited the vehicle. Pursuing.
Holy shit! Who's shooting? Whoa!
Zie.
What is your emergency? Police are on their way. Please remain calm.
Dispatch to squad. CTOS has identified a murder suspect near your location. Move to arrest. Over.
Where'd you get your license?
Oh, come on! Oh. Squad, we have reports of a suspected terrorist near your location. Sending visual now.
De man komt zomaar naar binnen.
Charlie, ain't nobody gonna shoot at us and run. Find his ass.
The fuck?
Yo, Wrench.
Yo, M.
Damn, man, I hope you kept the receipts.
Hey, yo. Check out this fuckstick.
So tell us about Home 2.0.
Home systems are completely bulletproof. Your privacy is absolutely secure.
Bold claim, Steven. Aren't you worried hacker groups will see that as a challenge?
Well, say what you mean, Shirley. Dead sec. Now, if they want to go up against us, I invite them to try. Home 2.0 is an OS with teeth.
Yo, he called us out by name?
Yep.
He don't know who he fucking with. It's on now.
That's why I've been trying to crack 2.0. There's just one little problem.
What?
Here, hold this. Stand back. Great. Chip! It's a little hard to get out. Look, there's no point in trying to use the previous version's hardware to jack the new OS. Why? Because they changed the ports. Following the capital sky to forced obsolescence. But luckily, a little birdie told me that 2.0 should be packing a farm-fresh 0 day.
Ooh, now that might just be a shame.
Damn right. And that is why you, my friend, are going to hijack me a 2.0 pre-order shipment before some do-gooder white hat tells home how to cock block us.
Oké.
You've got a weird relationship with technology. You know that, right?
He didn't mean it.
Oh, come on! Fuck you! Not me! It ain't gonna be fucking me! Someone's shooting!
Niemand schiet.
How long is the course? San Francisco to LA. On a bike. On a bike. Come on, we're raising money for AIDS research. Can't we just donate money? No, because that wouldn't inspire anyone. Oh, right. I didn't mention the cameras. We're streaming live, which means I'm guaranteed to wipe out. If you do, make it epic for our viewers. Don't worry, we...
Niks. Wat moet ik nu doen? Naar die andere HQ weer. What the fuck? Ik hoop dat ik vet strabbel op mijn bike, tenminste.
New Dawn wants to step into the ring with us. They got our recruitment video killed on all the big social media sites and threatened to sue anyone who hosts it. This is gonna cost us a lot of followers.
DMCA takedown. Annoying.
This is worse than annoying. This is a declaration of war. I will not be censored.
Hey, New Dawn's a fucking scam. With rich people throwing away their money for some elitist circle jerk shit. This could be big for us. I mean, nobody's gonna take the side of those assholes unless they're already members.
We are so gonna cornhole this fake-ass church.
What's cornhole?
Where the corn goes after you eat the corn, Josh.
Oh.
They don't like us using footage of their celebrity whore, Jimmy Siska. So let's start with him. He's our highest profile spokesperson.
But it's Jimmy Siska. I mean, when I was a kid, I had the Siska glasses, the pop collar. I even knew every line to Open Wounds.
Dude, me too. I even have the lunchbox.
Nice.
Mint condition.
Nice.
Just not Cisco, okay? Just anyone but him.
There's got to be another way, all right?
He's in town shooting Cyber Driver. I was just thinking maybe we could talk to him. Fuck up his relationship with New Dawn. He can go back to being less of a douchebag.
Then I can go back to wearing my Siska tees without feeling like one.
Wait a minute. You used cornhole as a verb. That doesn't even make sense in the context if you...
Okay, we focus on Siska. New Dawn keeps blackmail records of their celebrity shills, right? We check out the local center, we just need to get in and dig up his file. Everybody in?
In.
I'll round up the locals and I'll meet you there.
Let the cornholing begin.
You heard the man.
Cornhole.
Or some nerds.
For too long, predators have victimized the weak and the wounded under the guise of religion. The Church of the New Dawn is a scam. Rank in the church is based on financial contribution. Loyalty is bought through blackmail and fear. They believe they are untouchable. That will soon change. DedSec will reveal the secrets and true purpose of New Dawn. You can help. Take up a mask and protest your local recruitment center. Let their leaders know what you think of them online. Join us as we send them a message. No more. DedSec will give you the truth. Do what you will.
DedSec found Josh, hot sauce, posting anti-CTOS videos on Invite. Kid had a plastic Halloween mask over his face, a skull.
Recent leaks of confidential emails has had unexpected consequences for HMP Studios. Contents of the documents expose an ongoing contentious collaboration with Galilei, the company responsible for the expensive high-tech car featured in the studio's latest blockbuster, Cyberdriver. The emails reveal that a studio executive referred to the car as a useless lemon and threatened legal action against the space company. There was good news for HMP Studios, however. Following the hack, interest around the movie spiked, making Cyberdriver the surprise hit of the year. Police say that the studio has yet to press charges against the hacker group. We'll keep you posted.
You talking crazy?
Oh. Bro.
Oh my god!
Voy a la casa. ¿Están todos bien?
Mira por dónde vas.
Oye, No puede ser. No puede ser. ¿Sabes qué? Bla, bla, bla.
Open daar niks mee. Sorry man broski. Dat ik laat reageren, staat helemaal niet in maar. To alles next stop. J. Cole, part only review. Wacht, ik ga zo kijken. Het is gewoon een nieuwe track toch? Oh. Dat moet wel. Kanker, jongen. Zie. Wacht even. Lijp.
Retro,
ik ga zo
you
met
like stealing some primate intel? You got something for me? One of their lackeys in your neck of the woods. Hack them for what they've got, but make sure you don't get caught. You know how primate do?
What's going on? No way.
Ik ga ook zo meteen live op Twitch man, want soms als ik muziek luister hier is...
God decided we had suffered enough, so he created this asshole. Thank you, Jesus. You think I won't take you down? I floored punks.
Want soms als ik muziek via dinges luister, via YouTube, dan krijg ik zomaar... krijg ik zomaar copyright en zo man. En dat is kaka. Dat is volgens mij 9 uur. Switch ik over naar Twitch. Ik kan dan sowieso alle muziek luisteren. Oh, want Lil Durk heeft een nieuwe album. Rod Wave heeft een nieuwe album. Glorilla ook, maar ja, dat boeit niemand.
It only costs your life savings.
Distracting enough for you? You gonna go inside and take a peek, or?
Oh, yeah. Oh, and I wore my church clothes.
Nice. Buy enlightenment. It only costs your life savings.
All right, I'm heading in. I'll dig up what I can on Siska.
We're about to go to battle with these fuckers. I need anything shady you can find. If we want to pick up followers, we need to generate some serious outrage.
Can't we just make something up?
If we get caught lying, everything else DedSec ever claimed will be called a lie. Don't worry. If they've shit the bed, I'll find the dirty sheets.
And in comes Marcus with the classy metaphor.
I aim to please.
Oh, ik druk verkeerde knop. Ja, kijk wat de fuck ik nu kan.
Shit!
Don't wander too far.
Hold on, no civilians allowed.
Oh ja, toch.
Back off, this area is off limits.
No location on the suspect. Moving on. You're only making things worse.
He's not getting away.
Clear, gonna move on.
You're only making things worse. Stay alert.
Looks like he slipped by. Better call it in.
Don't believe
Hoe de fuck ga ik dit doen?
Verifying target.
That's strange.
Hey, what's this place all about?
It's private property.
Cool. Can I come in?
Who are you?
Just a fan.
Just a fan? You're a fan of New Dawn?
Oh, so it's New Dawn? Cool. So can I have a tour?
You need to leave.
Can I at least buy a t-shirt? Maybe a tote bag?
Go.
Hello.
Look, we'll notify the SFPD. They can handle it from here. Base to control. Be on alert. Possible targets near location.
Bruh.
Stay on him, he's wounded.
Calm down. Just put the gun away, all right? Do you really want to go home and get out of here? Get in your car! Ow! Ow!
It's one of those hackers. Send some cars. He might have explosives.
Nee.
All right, I'm heading in. I'll dig up what I can on Siska.
We're about to go to battle with these fuckers. I need anything shady you can find. If we want to pick up followers, we need to generate some serious outrage.
Can't we just make something up?
If we get caught lying, everything else DedSec ever claimed will be called a lie. Don't worry. If they've shit the bed, I'll find the dirty sheets.
And in comes Marcus with the classy metaphor.
I aim to please.
Hey, you! What are you doing? Hey!
Spread out and fight. Go.
What the fuck is this?
Shit!
Huh.
I have an alert on a possible target near your location. Over. Guys, just in case.
What the fuck? Nigga. What in the hell? Ik heb niet deze weapon.
It's one of those hackers. Send some cars. They might have explosives.
Kanker, jongen.
All right, I'm heading in. I'll dig up what I can on Siska.
We're about to go to battle with these fuckers. I need anything shady you can find. If we want to pick up followers, we need to generate some serious outrage.
Can't we just make something up?
If we get caught lying, everything else DedSec ever claimed will be called a lie. Don't worry. If they've shit the bed, I'll find the dirty sheets.
And in comes Marcus with the classy metaphor.
I aim to please.
No. Kijk hoe de fuck ik dit ga doen.
Check your corners!
We don't go easy on cowards. Huh? Oh, man! Right. Blood pressure.
Let's close it up. He's
Ah.
Huh.
Nu ben ik out of range.
What? Hit him! On my mark.
I don't like that.
You're only making things worse.
We lost him. We'll hand it over to the SFPD.
Ik dacht dat het ding moeilijker zou zijn.
Here we go again, for shit's sake. Oh, what the fuck is this?
Doe toch gek.
Hey, don't let me catch you again. Are you friggin' kidding me?
Watch out for their patrols. They fake like it's just a couple people taking a stroll, but it's not.
Ik heb het toch al gedaan.
Should I be running?
What's up,
man,
dog?
I want one.
Cute.
Okay.
Carries us, for sure. Hey, name a time and a place. And
Holy crap!
Can we just ask someone for directions?
no, give me 5 minutes without bugging me, okay? I've got the map right here. Nerve of this fucker.
What? No way.
How old
No
is he?
way.
17. He's got no place to stay, so we took him in. That sounds dangerous. How do you know you can trust him? He's just some poor kid with shitty parents. I wish somebody would have given me a break when I ran. I wasn't going to leave him on the street. I'm just saying, things are different now. The world's gotten ugly. Well, shutting the door won't help it get better, that's for sure.
Zeg, goede video, love. Love, 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 love. What the fuck? Ik heb gedaan wat ik moest doen. Ik begrijp helemaal geen kant op in deze missie. What the fuck?
Watch out for their patrols. They fake like it's just a couple people taking a stroll, but it's not.
Bro, fucking patrol. Ik heb
Don't
altijd...
make me call the cops on you.
Wat zei je?
Holy shit.
Dat dacht ik al.
Oh. Oh my. Ah. Oh.
What was that, huh?
Bro, dijk deze game al of zo. Speel die ding al gehackt. Gewoon dit down. Even opgeslagen daar. Snel. Daar ook.
We don't go easy on cowards.
Dat is echt goed. Dat kan goed. Kan. Oké, man. Moet wel kunnen. Who the fuck?
Pizza place in the Haight already closed?
Oh yeah? Bad food?
Bad image. Part of the chain. That's a big no-no. The place had all of its windows.
We're gonna move on. We don't go easy on cowards.
I don't know.
No location on the suspect. Moving on.
Oh my god.
Okay, for the suspect.
This doesn't have to end in violence. Area clear. Moving on. Come out. Give up. Stay in your guard.
I think he got through. Let's close it up here.
Not my scene.
What's this all about?
I don't know. God.
Trooper is being detected. For what? Bruh.
What happened?
Ah, deze heb ik in mijn dijp.
Spread out.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
Give it
So yeah, but he's
Come on with your hands up! You're in the wrong place.
confident when accused crowd He thrives on that stuff.
Sorry. Careful. Huh. Weird. Oh, for Christ's sake! No, leave me alone!
Trail's cold for now. We'll check with the sergeant.
Okay, deep breath.
Bro, what the fuck?
Guys, I think we can use Siska as an ally. The man's in big trouble with the church. They're even planning an emergency audit.
Zo lang duurde dat, what the
They're
fuck?
after his money. Of course they are. But this is something different. They wire themselves up to these bullshit electronic doohickeys and play psychiatrist with each other.
Yeah.
It's cute.
Siska's waiting for the auditor to show, but he's gonna get me instead.
Are you serious? You're gonna wing it.
So gonna wing it. First, I have to delay the real auditor. He's gonna get a call from Jimmy Siska.
Yes, guys, you have to hear his Jimmy Siska impression. It's ridiculous.
I don't have time now. I'll be in touch.
Doesn't look too bad, I guess.
Ow.
Hello?
Jason, I heard you're coming for an audit today.
Jimmy! Right. I was just about to leave. How's it going?
Not good. I think I ate one too many empanadas, my friend. My stomach is way too unstable for a session, if you catch my drift.
Yeah. Yeah, I get you.
Violent diarrhea.
Yes, I understand. Can we reschedule?
Yeah, we're gonna have to. I took a handful of chewables. I'll give you a call back soon, I promise. We good?
We're cool. You take care of yourself, Jimmy.
Working on it.
Fuck, this is not cool.
What? No!
Bye, Felicia.
Douchebag.
Hey, I've tried playing those retro games.
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
so, you know, what shit I am at the old platformers. My wife fucking
Elke game heeft nu Season Pass.
screams me at them, though. Yeah, every time. If we're doing co-op, she's the one that carries us. For sure. Hey, name a time and a place, and we will kick your ass. Or she will. They kept saying they would keep playing, but the storm was getting too heavy, so they ran off stage after like 4 songs, and about 50,000 of us tried leaving the park all at the same time. It was a total fucking nightmare. Meanwhile, lightning is going off over our heads. I didn't even have an umbrella.
I've been bullied.
Marcus, have you looked at our follower count lately?
We're making waves.
We've got to make people see Bloom for what it is, Marcus. The longer it takes, the more they rely on CTOS. They'll get used to things
waarom
the way
kijk je me
they
zo
are,
aan?
and then DeadSec becomes a conspiracy theory fringe. It won't matter if what we're saying is true if people don't want it to be.
Yeah, but this is just the start. When
Oh,
we show them the
shit.
shit that's brewing behind Bloom's doors, they'll join us in droves.
Squad, be advised that a possible suspect or suspects have been reported near your location. Another sweep. Over. A patrol car has been dispatched after the suspect.
Squad, we've lost the suspect. We'll start searching.
Picture turn. Huh. Wow.
He's nearby. Be careful. What?
Oh shit. Damn. Daar had ik niet over nagedacht. Oh shit, body bags. Even kijken, zo, nek dat pijn. De auto is ook weg.
wants to have some fun?
Yo, I'm listening.
We've got a lost monkey near you with all this confidential data that needs liberating. Your profiler will help you ID said primate, but they won't stick around long.
I'll check it out.
So how goes the monkey business? They won't stick around, you know.
Yes, thank you. I got this.
Oh, dat duurde even. Deze track afnemen. De politie doet er niks. Lijp. dat zit in het park.
God almighty!
Hey, Ghoul, what's up?
I managed to snatch some new Dawn clothes for you. Gotta look the part, right?
Nice. Thanks, man.
No worries. Give him hell.
Oké. Fris.
Yes? Hi, I'm Jason Lowell.
Huh.
I'm here for your audit.
Okay, Jason Lowell. I hear you're the best. Come on in.
Thank you for the hospitality. Please. All right, let's get started, huh? My sources tell me that you've been having some doubts about the church. I want you to tell me about that.
Doubts? Well, doubts is it's a strong word. I'm not as inspired as I used to be.
Jimmy, step up. Don't hide things from us.
You're right. Okay, there are rumors about this place where they take church members who are having issues, and they don't come back for a really long time, if they come back at all.
I've heard these rumors, and guess what? They're just rumors.
But that's it? I'm not in trouble?
For telling the truth? No.
Thank you. I promise you will not regret this.
Well, look, one last thing. I really need to get to the heart of this rumor, so do they say where this imaginary camp might be?
I don't know. I hope I never find out.
Well, does it have a name?
The Red Room. They called it the Red Room.
So yeah,
man, and one last thing, man. Like, your last 5 movies have been just disappointing as shit, so act better. All right, keep your chin up. Peace! All right, I have a new lead on how we can burn New Dawn, but I'm missing a key piece. Jimmy Siska is afraid of something called the Red Room.
Jimmy Siska in the Red Room.
The Red Room seems to be some kind of rehab center where they send problematic church members. People who go there, sometimes they stay gone.
If they're kidnapping people, this is potentially huge for us.
This goes beyond my resources. Want me to reach out?
Nah, I got this. Damn.
Miranda speaking.
Hi, it's me, Marcus.
Marcus? All the way. How did you get my number? Right, I forgot.
I need something. It's about New Dawn. Have you ever heard of the Red Room, Miranda?
Texting you an address. Meet me there.
I just need info.
Trek die kankerding dan. Zo. Sorry hè. What the fuck? Deze boel.
What kind of trouble you in?
We're making trouble for the church.
We who?
DedSec.
I knew it. I have friends that would love to put DedSec behind bars.
Like a good fight? Hey, so did you.
Excuse me?
Oh, I watched you go toe-to-toe with New Dawn back in the day, but hey, I get it. You a councilwoman now.
No. You don't get to pull that I sold out crap on me. These assholes wreck lives on a weekly basis. They went public with videos of my surgeries. But here's the thing.
What the fuck?
I don't give a shit. I got nothing to hide. But you're right. I am a councilwoman now. My hands are tied.
That's why you asked me to meet you here. You need my help.
Looks like you need mine. Plus, I finished what I started. First of all, don't mistake New Dawn for a church. They are a criminal organization. I pulled the records on all the properties they own in the Bay Area, and there's one that just doesn't check out. Over there. They have it marked as an educational center. Doors are locked, nobody answers, security comes and goes. Does that sound like an education center to you?
Nah, it sounds like a re-education center.
I'll stick around. Go see what you can find.
Thanks, Miranda.
Marcus, did you meet with Miranda?
I did. We think this is the place, but we don't know what kind of place this is. It's obvious they're hiding something, though. So, I'm gonna see if I can find a computer and snoop around.
Seeking confirmation.
You were here. You were just off the road. To find your way. Listen. Accept we can guide you back. Track him down. This is us to teach you, and you will pass the message to them. You are here today. You have stepped off the road that we can help you find your way back. Listen to the truth. Accept that we can guide you back to the church of clarity. This is your new dawn.
That is strange.
Come on, give me a real challenge. Keep your eyes open. Looks like you slipped by. Better call it in. What? No. You were here by choice.
Gaat even weer duren.
You put your spiritual care into our hands. Your mind is not clear. Allow us to help you find your way back. Friends and family outside the new dawn are leaving. They don't realize that they... Be advised, we have reports of previously identified target near your location. Over. Trust us to teach you. You will pass. Moving to cover! Strive for clarity and we will fill you with knowledge. You are here. You have stepped off the road. Find listen to the truth. Accept that we can guide you back to spiritual. This is your dawn. Friends and family outside the new dawn. They don't realize that they are lost. We are your family. We understand you. Trust us to teach you, and you will pass.
We moeten gewoon daar binnen zijn.
Your mind is not clear. Allow us to help you find your way back. You are here by choice. When you decide to walk the new dawn, you put your spiritual care into our hands. Your mind is not clear. Allow us to help you find your way back.
Jimmy Siska. Looks like you were right.
Hello, Marcus.
This is the place, and they brought Jimmy Siska here. If I bust him out, think you can get him someplace safe?
Count on it. I'll be ready.
Please. I shouldn't be here. Come on, let me out, please.
Jason? My name's not Jason, and I'm not with New Dawn.
I don't belong here, man. You gotta get me out.
Get moving, go.
Okay.
Miranda, Jimmy Siska's headed your way.
What about you?
I'll get out on my own. Just make sure he's safe.
I will. Marcus, I got Jimmy out safe.
Thanks, Miranda.
Hey, you did all the legwork. Here, he wants to talk to you.
Marcus, if that's your name. I want to burn these bastards and I know where to start. I'll meet you outside the Temple of New Dawn.
Man, you should file a police report. We just proved the church keeps prisoners. I've got footage. We'll release a video soon to let the world know. What else do we need?
I can lead you to the heart of the religion. The holy relics. The original source.
Now, how am I gonna resist an offer like that? I'll see you there.
Have your location. Police are on the way.
No, please.
Hey! The road's over there, dumbass.
Should I call 911?
trek ik die motor ook niet. Hoe ver is deze ding? Hier. Yo.
Another launch. Looks like Galilee's keeping busy.
Psst. Kid, it's me. I'm over here. Jimmy Siska. I'm in disguise.
Yeah, I can see that.
Beautiful, isn't it? That house is built on lies, and it's time for a confession. Man, Open Wounds 3, that is a modern classic.
Classic.
I'm sorry, kid, I didn't know you were such a fan.
Yeah. Yeah, I was.
Yeah, I guess I fucked up, didn't I? Seems to be a running theme in that. There's always time for a fresh start, like right here. Right here and right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, kid, maybe not right here and right now. I don't know if I can go back in there.
Hey, it's all good. Just tell me what to look for. I got you.
Right. Right, okay. So, there's a lift that will take you down into the basement. In the basement, there's a room. Inside the room, there are ancient Sumerian tablets said to have been written by the visitor himself. No, hey, man, I'm serious. And they are deadly serious.
Okay, man. Nah, I believe you. That's perfect.
Okay. Look, if you need anything else, you let me know.
Could we just ask someone for directions?
No, just give me 5 minutes without bugging me, okay? I've got the map right here.
Okay, gang, I'm about to sneak inside New Dawn's temple.
And Jimmy's agreed to deliver a special message for our video. We're all set up once you raid the treasure.
Watch out for snakes. There are always snakes.
It's not that kind of temple, Wrench.
That does not preclude snakes.
I'll be careful.
Had I the heavens embroidered cloth?
Looks clear. I'm gonna check another area. Clear, gonna move on.
through. Let's close it up here. Hey, you catch that? There's something over there. Hey, you catch that? I'll put him down!
You must think you're pretty smart.
Find him, let's take a look around.
What you got, hacker? Don't see anyone. Moving on.
Shit!
Nee, dat ik niet mee zag.
Yeah, he's gone. We're shutting down here. Christ, we've got an operative down! On my mark. Control, be advised that a possible target or targets have been reported near your location.
Watch out, shots fired! Oh God, I'm hit!
Ja hoor.
Okay, gang, I'm about to sneak inside New Dawn's temple.
And Jimmy's agreed to deliver a special message for our video. We're all set up once you raid the treasure.
Watch out for snakes. There are always snakes.
It's not that kind of temple, Wrench.
That does not preclude snakes.
I'll be careful.
Oh my god.
Catch that? Shit, operative down over here. Watch your backs. We have a hostile in the area. Spread out.
Seconde.
What the? Spread out and find him. Go! We lost him. We'll hand it over to the SFPD.
tablets? Oh, sorry.
Wait, what was that? There's something over there. What was that?
Got an operative down! Verifying target.
We don't go easy on cowards. Clear, gonna move on. Give it up! No location on the suspect. Moving on.
What the hell?
Kidding me.
Set a perimeter, go!
He gave us a slip. Come on, let's regroup at HQ.
Ja, als ik nu naar die andere kant ga. Ik ben er niks van deze mannen uit. Dat ding is...
Hey, what's that? Hang on.
Track him down! Control, we have a possible target in your area. Control, it's dead set. Send more cars. Get down! Oh!
Okay.
Look, we'll notify the
What the fuck is dit? Oké. Ik snap het, ik snap het. En dit moest ik doen met al die mensen achter me aan. Dat is echt gek.
Huh. That's gotta be Jimmy's elevator. I've unlocked the secret lift.
I can't believe you actually said that.
What? It's true.
Welcome to the 5th level of the New Dawn, and congratulations on your spiritual ascendance.
Thank you. I worked hard for it.
In the third tablet, we're taught about a resonating device that allowed the Sumerians a window into With a close translation of the first tablet, it says, "The great earth made herself glorious."
Denk het wel.
We're looking at New Dawn's prized possessions. The foundation of their entire religion. Rows of ancient Sumerian tablets. There's a lot of crazy shit in here, but this is something special. Why aren't they in a museum? I mean, what gives the church the right to keep these hidden away from us? Let's find out. Oh, it says do not touch, but I really want to touch. I mean, just a little. Come on. So much rich history. I mean, I am so glad to be a part of all the... Oh, no. They're fucking fake. This is all bullshit. People commit to New Dawn, pay millions of dollars before they get to see these, and they're fake. As fake as everything else the church promises. Yeah. Now I feel better. Let's go home.
Ik ben benieuwd wat me boven te wachten staat.
Guys! Come in! Behold! New Dawn!
DedSec decided to dig into the Church of the New Dawn and found crime and corruption at its core. They purchased large amounts of personal data to better target their enemies. They may already have a file on you. We will proceed to leak everything we collected to our usual dispatches. Read them, verify them. You will come to the same conclusion we did. New Dawn is a criminal organization designed to intimidate its own members into destroying their own lives and handing over their savings. But don't take our word for it. We have a celebrity guest.
Hello, I'm Jimmy Siska. You probably remember me from a bunch of good movies I made before I was brainwashed by New Dawn and forced to toe the company line. When friends of mine questioned the church's cruel practices, they disappeared. When I questioned that, I was taken against my will and locked away. Know that the police are already investigating my claims. And what is the church all about? What's behind door number 5? I'll let my friends in DedSec demonstrate.
DedSec has given you the truth.
Come on, guys. You're fucking welcome.
Hoe dan? Ik wil sowieso die bag money meenemen.
Yeah, I'm on my way.
You'll be fine. Don't be nervous.
I feel like I could puke out of every orifice in my head.
Ugh, gross. Save it for the therapist.
Except that's crazy talk. I know you know that's crazy talk.
You're not crazy. You're just...
I didn't say I was crazy. Do you think I'm crazy?
The fuck are you? You...
Je moet niet veel vragen, man. Naar binnen komen. Misschien met de computer daarboven of zo. Ja. Ik wil alleen maar kijken of ik een luik zie hier beneden of zo. Niks man. Wat dat? Dat moet ik vinden. Waarom de fuck zou ik het willen?
No way.
Yo, Sitar, I was curious about your posters. They're good. Real good. Like art.
Fuck off. They are art.
I don't know, man. I've never done the street art thing before.
You'll just have to be my student then. Sending you a meeting spot. See you there, if you think you can hack it.
Said just have half, but I don't want to be a wimp. So I eat it and I start playing video games. And I totally forget I've even ingested a gram of narcotic. So about an hour goes by and I think to myself,
oh sorry, my fault. Up.
Someone's deliberately trying to piss me off.
Marcus, the followers just keep on coming.
That's gonna get a reaction from Bloom. I can't believe people let them grab so much power. All that sci-fi shit we read as kids. Big Brother, thought control, pre-crime. It's all here now, isn't it? Thanks to Bloom and their CTOS. Those authors saw it coming decades ago, but nobody listened. Everybody's too sold on pleasant corporate platitudes and flawless branding to realize the whole damn thing's a societal Trojan.
It doesn't help that CTOS actually does what they say it does either. We're opposing a system that helps people on the surface, but exploits them behind the scenes.
I gotta
Oh,
change my
oops,
number.
that's on me.
I've got a new Bobo track the world has never heard before. How's the soundboard coming?
Yo, a Bobo Dakes, bitch.
Oh, perfect.
So, how do we contact Carcani?
I'm gonna visit his mansion. I need to see his face when we do this.
Spread out. Start a sweep.
Oh shit.
Back off.
Jesus! He just plowed through some pedestrians!
Even if it's just polite. I've been bad. Like, really bad. Don't say anything.
What the fuck is de volgende? Online, site, main. Site, main. Oh, mijn nek. Mijn nek gaat crazy. Wat eten maken, man. Alle koekoek. Oh shit.
You're not authorized.
Oh my god!
What the? Oh my god! Crazy shit.
Spread out!
All clear.
I have an alert on a possible target near your location. Over.
Damn.
Hey! Oh!
Well, that really makes me mad.
Hey, I got a shirt just like that.
Ugh, not the pickup lines again.
Have we met?
Yeah, at the party, remember?
Oh, there's kind of a lot I don't remember from that night.
Totally understand.
What are you up to?
I've been writing an exploit for the CTOS-enabled ATMs. They got a lot of new features we'll be able to fuck with. You want to give it a test run?
Hell yeah, I'd love to. Send it on over.
Great. The name's Kaylee, by the way.
Marcus.
I know. We've already met.
Right. Looks like I've signed up for the test run of Kaylee's CTOS ATM exploit.
Like people watching, only you get to look up their noses. Fun.
Dream a little, Wrench. We can use this to fuck with greedy douchebags.
Or help out the underdogs.
Let's see if I can figure the thing out first.
Wat nu wil je vertellen? Wijs eens.
That's it. Yo!
Nog gaat die route niet gelijk niet daar. I got a feeling. Squeeze bench. Dit doet het thuis. Nu ben ik moe van het reizen. Fuck it.
Drive, dude!
Okay, I'm at Holmes Distribution Center.
Great. Okay, so take a look around for a computer, one of those old crapbox ones. Now, Holmes stores their schedules based on number plate destination combinations, like some kind of barely literate moron. If that moron was, you know, a company.
Good to know. I'll see what I can find.
Well, then.
What the hell are you doing?
I don't know about this. What's going on?
How is this happening? No, school, you might as well.
We're about to get schooled today.
Look at me!
Don't ignore me! Why don't you go lift over and...
911.
Bad idea.
State your emergency, please.
Fuck your mother. Crap! Ah!
Ze hadden me zomaar gek doen tegen me.
A San Francisco group of hackers has exposed New Dawn's religious secrets. DedSec revealed footage of New Dawn's temple area and demonstrated that the so-called ancient artifacts were simply fakes of what New Dawn claimed were ancient tablets. Members of the hacker group managed to infiltrate the highly guarded compound and capture the secretive organization's methods of control over members, including movie star Jimmy Siska. New Dawn declined our requests for an interview.
Yeah, he's gone. We're shutting down here.
Los. Nou, wat drinken schenken. Laat me even een video zitten ondertussen. Wat zo door met dit.
So there's a lot of talk about man versus bear. Would you choose the man? Would you choose the bear? How about we talk about that time women chose gorillas? This is Shibani. Shibani is a 27-year-old living in the Hiyashiyama Zoo in Nagoya, Japan, where his face card went viral and caused a direct increase in the number of female visitors. Call him George the way he had these women curious. Last name Clooney, because that's the main guy they compared him to. Oh, and if you couldn't tell, Shibani's also a 400+ pound primate with a perpetual pump. Not only that, he's a loyal husband with 2 wives and children. That's a family man being lusted after. Some of the words used to describe him were punky, heartthrob, metrosexual, spornosexual. I didn't even know what that meant. One article even asked, quote, "Would you go for a romp in the jungle with Shibani?" Huh? A sinful liaison, that's harambe. Had women hot and bothered, that's femme flambe. Call him Susan B. Anthony the way he had women showing up to the poll. Just kidding, real ones know gorillas ain't packing anything but a room. But yeah, Shibani's looks transcended the laws of nature, and if I had a nickel for every time a woman's feelings towards a gorilla made headlines, I'd have 2 nickels. Which is too many more than I should have. One woman was a frequent visitor at the De Blijdorp Zoo in the Netherlands, and her favorite was a silverback named Bakido. Up to 4 times a week, she'd find him, make direct eye contact, and smile. I'm not even gonna explain how much of a gorilla middle finger that is. Keepers tried to warn her, but she didn't listen. Her and Bakido, they had a connection. Oh, they connected alright. One day she smiled again and called him constipated because Bakido was not letting that shit slide. Bakido broke out and would proceed to put the beats on her like Afro music. And he jumped over a water-filled ditch to do it. Gorillas hate water. Bakido was fed up. He was calmly escorted back home where he lived well for another 16 years until he passed away in April of 2023. His get back on his biggest fan /op was immortalized as a word of the year. And the woman, who I originally felt bad for, apparently didn't get hit hard enough. So if y'all don't know, my first aspiration in life was to be a zookeeper. I even had a state-of-the-art custom virtual simulator to prepare. Yeah, that dream flatlined pretty quick. For reasons. But this video is going to be about probably what my life would look like as a zookeeper, the weird stories, the dirty secrets, and the random trivia the average person would probably know nothing about. Like, what is the most dangerous animal in the zoo? Like, actually, the answer just might surprise you. Actually, probably not. Born Free USA has a database where you can look up incidents involving exotic animals in America, and if you search up animal attacks by any species in any state in an AZA accredited zoo, you'll see that the #1 culprit are big cats. Because out of 101 recorded injuries, they caused 46 or 38%. Elephants were second at just over 17%, but if Bakido proved anything, it's that a lot of them had it coming, which is probably why primates earned bronze in brutality at 14%. Reptiles like Komodo dragons and bears like pandas got just over 4% each. 9% were marine attacks by animals like orcas, dolphins, and stingrays, and the remaining 13% were just other. Other being something like a kid falling into a rhino enclosure or a woman climbing into a giraffe pen and nearly getting kicked off the census. Now take it with a grain of salt, because I thought for sure zebras would be up there, but they weren't even on the list. And I know for a fact at least a couple should. But these are attacks. I want to know what zooby's most likely to put a halo on my head. Well, in the same database, if you looked at every time a person got put on a shirt at a zoo, accredited or not, big cats did it over 40% of the time, with elephants at a hair under 30, and surprisingly, bears barely even scratched at less than 9%. But here's the thing, if you look at non-accredited zoos, the big cat number grows to 47%, with bears and elephants at 16 apiece. And lastly, in accredited zoos, elephants actually took the lead at 47%, big cats were the suspect 33% of the time, and bears, weren't even on the board. So if you're a zookeeper at a zoo that actually has its stuff together, statistically, if there's any animal that erases you, it's gonna be an elephant. And if the zoo's suspect, best believe a big cat might be your downfall. But also remember, if it does happen, it'll probably be your fault or your co-workers. Now, if you work at a zoo long enough, eventually some animal's gonna escape, whether it's a minor inconvenience like a bunch of meerkats, or a code red dead to rights and murk on site like a chimpanzee. It's gonna happen, and the best reaction is proaction. So some zoos do escaped animal drills, but instead of actual animals, yeah. One Japanese zoo will have workers cosplaying as an animal taking a cue from Madagascar and breaking out. Thank God, because I'm not even going to tell you what I thought this was.
What the hell?
But it's a pretty harmless way to remind everyone what to do when an animal gets out. That being said, this would be a tragic time to not be sober at the zoo. But what animal's the most likely to escape? In my non-professional online opinion, there's two. If you want to test how good a spot is at keeping the animal in, you should probably hire the man of the forest or the orangutan. Fu Manchu was an orang that nearly got an entire staff fired because there was a solid week where they would show up to work and the entire orangutan posse would be posted up outside. About a week was how long it took for them to realize that Fu had snagged a wire, hid it in his mouth most of the day, and used it to pick his enclosure lock when no one was looking. And Ken Allen was a hairy Houdini who got out so many times that the zoo had to hire rock climbers to find every possible point of exit, because they didn't know how he got out and Ken for sure wasn't about to tell him. And what did he do with all this freedom? Well, when he wasn't wandering the zoo looking at animals like everyone else, he was pelting rocks at another orang named Otis, because even a 95% vegetarian can make room for beef. The other animal's the red panda. Do your homework on how hard it is to keep this red-faced raccoon in. A quick Google search will tell you that a red panda escape has made the news at least once in 1978, 2005, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2012, 2013, and you know what? Probably more. My favorite was red panda Rusty slipping out the Smithsonian and walking the streets of Washington, D.C. completely unbothered. So yeah, if your job's keeping a ninja panda or a Cheeto-flavored gorilla in check, you're gonna have a bad time. But some animals are a great time to work with, and it's often not the ones you'd expect. Rhinos are legally blind trauma tanks that'll buck up to a butterfly. In a zoo, it's a 2-ton Labrador with the personality of a lap dog. And they put the zoo in zoomies. Turkey vultures are unironically like precocious toddlers that'll follow their favorite keeper around and play games with them. And cheetahs might just be the most people-proof predator of them all. In fact, almost too much for their own good. Cheetahs get treated like the doormat of the savannah, and their life doesn't become a cakewalk in captivity. Oftentimes, the overgrown house cat is too anxious to even think about making more cheetahs. So, some cheetahs get emotional support dogs. So the dogs are assigned to the cheetahs as cubs, and the idea is they become a bonded pair, with the cheetah seeing Fido as a role model to mirror and take social cues from. It's literal emotional support, because if the introvert cat sees that the dog isn't stressed or pressed, it allows them to chill out, or at least enough to motivate them to multiply without a calculator. And to make it even more wholesome, a lot of zoos like the one in San Diego will use dogs rescued from kill shelters. Definitely one of the top 5 animal friendships. And it's not even the only one in San Diego. This is Zari the zebra, also from the San Diego Zoo, and this is her best friend Sophia. You see, Zari doesn't just live there, she's one of the ambassadors for the zoo, spreading smiles and awareness. But I'm also guessing you can't really have your ambassador around other zebras, cause let's just say that might not be the best influence. So in comes Sophia, a miniature Mediterranean donkey and Zari's roommate and best friend. To say they're inseparable would be a massive understatement. And while I can't exactly tell you who's influencing who, just know Zari and Sophia give any cheetah dog duo a run for their money. Now, speaking of role models, have you seen this video of a panda struggling to break bamboo? Well, that's Mijn, and he's not struggling. The story goes, he was hand-raised by humans his entire life, and while a 250-pound bear might have no problem snapping sticks, a weaker human will. So apparently years of watching his surrogates get humbled by a bamboo somehow taught him that that face is necessary to break it. You can even find videos where he breaks it, starts eating, realizes he forgot to struggle just to grimace and continue. Pandas are a lot of things, and apparently Good at Simon Says is one of them. They're also by far the most expensive animal you'll see in a zoo. Any American zoo that wants a panda will have to pay a small annual leasing fee of up to $1 million, along with $600,000 for every cub born there. Add the millions to build their enclosures and the thousands spent feeding them, and the black and white bamboo bear is about 5 times more expensive than second place. And that's literally the biggest thing alive with legs. And best believe they know it, you might never meet a more high maintenance mammal. In 2014, the Chengdu research base set up a live stream so viewers could watch expecting mother, these names are killing me, Hin bring another panda into the world. It was then canceled after it was discovered she had faked her pregnancy. Somehow the same animal that got its brain nerfed by nature figured out that if they can play pregnant point even after the hormones wear off, they can finesse preferential treatment. And they're not wrong, any future mother pandas are moved to a single with AC, they get round-the-clock care and more fruits and bamboo. Quite frankly, I don't blame the bears for working smarter. But it gets even crazier. Did you know pandas can be bougie? Mei Lun and Mei Hun were two pandas born and raised in the Atlanta Zoo, but were sent back to China in 2013. The only problem? They refused to eat any traditional Chinese meals, only American. They were not rocking with the Wawatao. They wanted biscuits and cookies. And pandas aren't even the only ones to pull some stuff like this. Japan's Akone-en was used to feeding their residents aji, or Japanese horse mackerel. But thanks to inflation, they decided to cut costs by switching to a cheaper alternative, saba. And wouldn't you know, the penguin with king in its name was not about to eat like a peasant, since them and the otters refused to substitute. You see, that's the part of zookeeping they don't tell you. All that time spent preparing fish, slaving away while the stench of your profession dents your social life, just for an uppity tuxedo chicken to choose hunger strike. Man, you know they don't get paid enough for that. Literally, the only compromise was mixing the cheap fish with the aji. As you can see, some animals are way more high maintenance than others, but some are too difficult to even exist in zoos. Think about it. Think of all the zoos you've ever been to and try to see if you can come up with any notable absences. Okay, time's up. When's the last time you saw a moose in a zoo? For a lot of y'all, including me, probably never. You've probably seen bison, bears, bobcats, cougars. Y'all know I could speak on wolves, but no moose. Why? Moose have specific diets, they're built like a tank and of course eat like one, and really you could do everything right, they can still pass tense in a few years. And apparently feeding an antler warrior that can't even survive a president's term is a bad investment. So are leopard seals. You'll likely never see the Alp of Happy Feet in the zoo. Narwhals can literally die of social anxiety, so they're out. Tarsiers sometimes seppuku themselves in captivity, so that's a no-go. And they say dietary restrictions are why proboscis monkeys are rare in zoos. I call bullshark. It's definitely because Schnazi might be the most inappropriate animal to take your kids to see. And yes, my head's here for a reason. I'm not about to catch an age restriction over an overexposed lipstick dispenser. Or they could just use fake animals, cause it's not like that hasn't happened before. In 1987, a zoo in China was exposed for painting a sun bear and presenting it as a panda. That's a sun bear, by the way. In 2018, a zoo in Cairo did the same, except they had a donkey and zebra face. 2013, and we're back in China, except this controversy was about their resident African lion. There's a lion. Did y'all even try? But by far, my favorite counterfeit creature story is...
These dogs are advertised as panda dogs. They're just dogs, okay? According to Chinese state media, the zoo confirmed it dyed the dog's fur to look like pandas to fill in the blank of not having actual pandas.
You know, if I took time out of my day and spent my hard-earned money to go see a panda and got this, I'd probably go and spend more. Man, they got pandas from Temu. I can't even be mad. So obviously people are usually happy to see animals at zoos, but you ever wonder how the animals feel? Well, someone did, and a study from Nottingham Trent and Harper Adams University studied over 250 animals in zoos to see how their behaviors changed around human company. Using hours of observation and research, they found that the animal most excited to see people at zoos, and I really hope this is true, were elephants. Elephants showed the most positive reactions to large groups of people, becoming more active, more playful, and overall seeming to have a better time when humans were around. The other people-happy animals included cheetahs, jaguars, penguins, grizzly bears, polar bears, a cow called a batang, servals, and black-tailed prairie dogs. And on the other side, the animals that seemed to like human company the least were hedgehogs, ostriches, marsupials like kangaroos, ungulates like giraffes and antelopes, and probably most random of all, the tuatara. They have 3 eyes and apparently none of them want to see us. As for the rest, the vast majority of animals had no reaction. The study does raise an interesting question, and that's how the pandemic affected zoo animals. Believe it or not, some animals actually started to miss people. The worldwide panoramic left elephants confused and disappointed, birds like kias and cockatoos missed the attention, and you even had apes like chimps actively looking for missing visitors. And while the shutdown gave us gems like penguins exploring empty aquariums, or a sea lion getting introduced to a tegu, by far the best story to come out was what happened in a Japanese aquarium. You see, the eels in Tokyo Sumida Aquarium were used to people, but the pandemonium turned them back people shy, and those same eels would now hide in the sand whenever a worker or someone would walk past. The problem is, that made it almost impossible to check up on them and keep them healthy. The solution was the aquarium asked people to FaceTime their eels to refamiliarize them with people, like some exposure therapy. There was a legitimate time where you could have gone on a date with an antisocial eel, and the worldwide Panera brought a lot of bad, but this was definitely a bright spot. But now, zoos are back open, so here's some hacks to get the most out of your experience. Animals are going to be most active on cooler, cloudier days, and they usually peak as soon as the doors open. Also, you're going to want to aim for a random weekday, since the less crowded the better. Try it. If you can be there the next overcast 10 AM on a Tuesday, I swear you'll see a different zoo. And if you're a cat person, you might want to wear some Calvin Klein. No, seriously, the Klein is a favorite for cats of all kinds, from cheetahs to cougars, from lions to leopards. In fact, researchers have caught wild jaguars on camera by dousing the trap in obsession for men. So next time you're at the zoo and end up in big cat country, go ahead and spritz some of the Klein and see what happens. But yeah, that's gonna do it for this video. I imagine I'm gonna get a couple comments disappointing to me for not blasting zoos for 15 minutes, that I can't possibly care about animals if I still go to them. Here's my take. I've always said that zoos are capable of a lot of good and a lot of bad, but a lot of them are an invaluable resource for conservation and awareness. And while I agree, there are some species that are just not built for zoos. A majority of them are there because they literally would be worse off in the wild. Przewalski's horse was basically halfway down the grave, but it was the work of zoos that helped bring them back from the brink. Same thing with the California condor, and about a dozen more. And spare a thought for zookeepers. They're overworked, underpaid, usually overqualified, and like I said, the smell isn't just something they leave at the office. Not all zoos are created equal, and it's at best lazy, and at worst almost dangerous to put them all in the same boat. But I'ma stop yapping, drink water, hug your mother, support your local zoo, just make sure it's accredited. Matter of fact, give a zookeeper a hug, who knows how much they need it. And I'ma see y'all in the next one.
Meet the Menendez brothers, two brothers who, their parents, not allegedly, they came out and said, yup, we did it, we are parents, but people still want.
I don't think Ice Spice has a personality. I think Ice Spice is playing an image.
I just can't get over the bar. He called me poopy like I need a diaper.
I feel like Ice Spice lacks the capacity and the ability to make a good record. It reads more like a lack of effort than anything.
I think that she need to leave Cardi alone. Ice Spice, especially after listening to this album, she shouldn't be thinking about, she shouldn't say nothing to start with a C.
At this time last year, Ice Spice seemed like she was primed to take over the rap game and barrage the legends of female rap. After initially being written off as a novelty, she suddenly had co-signs from Nicki Minaj, Taylor Swift, and others. And within only a matter of months since she arrived on the scene, the self-proclaimed rap girl on the charts looked like she'd overcome the odds to become a superstar.
It's gonna be like, oh, she a one-hit wonder, da da da. But it's like, now what? Two-hit wonder? Like, the fuck?
But these days, things aren't looking so good. With her monthly listeners dropping and the public growing tired of not just her repetitive formula, but also her behavior, it seems like Ice's reign as the rap girl on the pop charts might be nearing its end. In fact, it might have already happened. It's your boy Luesta, and today we're about to dive into how Ice Spice went from having the hip-hop audience in the palm of her hands to having damn near the entire industry wanting nothing to do with her. At the moment, Ice Spice's team is likely in panic mode. Just 2 years on from signing a deal with 10K Projects and Capital, the rapper from the Bronx who became a superstar with her song Munch, the Nicki Minaj-aided Princess Diana, a placement on the Barbie soundtrack, and a whole lot of twerking, finally released her debut album titled Y2K. Even though fans thought it would be a terrible idea for her to put a literal trash can on the album cover, which may have foreshadowed their feedback, she remained optimistic about what was to come before its release.
I feel everything. I'm feeling everything about it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All at one time?
All at once.
So what does this album say about you?
It's really just all in there for you to like listen and see, you know? I don't want to like spoil nothing, but I'm feeling very rich, very fab, very like myself.
Now, that may have seemed like a vague description of the record, but when the project dropped, it became clear that she wasn't underselling it, and that this was truly the full extent of what she had to offer. And as it turned out, the record's release couldn't have came at a worse time. Since June of 2023, Ice Spice had lost a whopping 25 million listeners on the Spotify platform. So it wasn't the dream rollout that her management likely planned for. But even then, they would never have imagined how badly Y2K flopped when it dropped on July 20th. Debuting at number 18 on the charts, the record sold just 28K in its first week. And right away, the same public who elevated her to stardom were ready to clown her. 20K with the machine backing you up is crazy. All that ass shaking and only sold 20K? Initially, I tried to play it off as though it weren't a cause for concern, comparing the sales to that of her debut EP to make it look like there was some form of progression. My last album did 15K, so thank you to everyone who supported then, and thank you to all the new supporters. These numbers are cool and all, but bitch, you should have seen that Boston crowd last night. Now, make no mistake, this was far from good, for her image at least. A year after being one of the hottest things in the game, she pulled in similar returns to JT of the City Girls' debut album. And that's crazy considering everyone pretty much already decided she had fallen off a long time ago. Dropped on the same weekend, JT's City Cinderella sold 26K, which was just 2,000 less than Ice Spice. And that was without the prestige features from artists like Travis Scott, Gunna, and the UK rap sensation Central C, who will also play a small role in Ice's downward spiral that I'll detail in the latter half of this video. The album's subpar performance wasn't just something her haters reveled in. Her fans were very disappointed in what they heard as well, with users commenting, "The poo lines need to go. I loved her last album and her other songs, but this album was not good at all. She mentions shit every other song and put the title of her album on a trash can. Does she even like her own music?" Critics didn't buy it either, viewing it as just a collection of tracks that didn't differ from what we had already come to expect from her output.
And now that we're here, it feels like such a nothing burger. The hooks are basic, the features are forgettable, the instrumentals I would say are pretty typical for her at this point. The biggest bangers on this thing have been out for months now, and the entire track list is a very trim 10 songs that span only just a mere 23 minutes. She's obviously not trying to make a splash with this thing in terms of giving fans a lot of material to go off of, and comparatively the deluxe version of her recent Like EP is longer, though I have no doubt on some level we are going to see a deluxe version of this because, you know, marketing. But yeah, for the most part, Y2K just kind of feels like an album in name and in name only.
At the minute, Ice Spice's music career is now at an all-time low, with hip-hop basically treating her as though she's already irrelevant. But this isn't a sudden drop off of a cliff. Instead, it's a byproduct of her refusing to give any more effort and assuming that the fame that she got was birthright, rather than luck and timing. That's because her album Y2K came off the backing of recent singles like Think You the Shit underperforming.
Think you the shit, bitch? You not even the fault. I be going hard.
Although it amassed nearly 30 million views on YouTube, the problem was just that it was the same old, and it generally left people confused about the direction she was heading in.
I thought this was a joke when I first heard the snippet. I thought it was a meme song. It had the SpongeBob filter on it or whatever it was. I thought it was a joke. I didn't know she had plans on actually releasing this. I'm not excited, you know? And I feel like we need to have an honest conversation.
Obviously, the song wasn't particularly good, nor did it push forward the sound that she introduced with Munch and Deli. Initially though, the argument was that she could get away with it because no one really saw her as a legitimate rapper to begin with.
This song ass. It is, this song ass. And so, the situation is basically how memeable the song is gonna be, you know? If the song is ass, but it's still funny or fun, then it's all right. It's cool. You know what I mean? Because most people ain't taking Ice Spice that seriously as an artist. She made a couple good records. You know what I'm saying? She's allowed some ass music in the whole little you know what I'm saying, ecosystem of her discography. She's allowed some ass music. You feel me?
Unfortunately for Ice, it's now clear as day that her claims on tracks like In Ha Mood about racking up 1 million views in a day were starting to become far from accurate. It's not as if Ice Spice is clueless about how the game works, because when she first emerged, she revealed that her father had schooled her on it while she was growing up.
And your dad used to bar it up back in the day. He was an underground rapper.
Yeah.
Do we know who he was? Would I know him?
I don't know if you would know him. He used to be with like DJ Doo-Wop.
Yeah, of course.
And like on some underground, you know how it goes.
Yeah.
Real early, like in the Bronx.
Yeah.
You feel me?
90s?
Early 2000s.
Early 2000s.
Real
Got
early.
it. And so is that how seeing him, was that you're kind of like, ooh, this is something I want to
I'm
get
not
into?
gonna lie, cause like in the crib or on the way to school and everything, he would be on some, let me hear something, and always trying to like feel me, like push me to do something. And
That's tight.
or like if I would tell him about girls that I didn't really put in school, he would be like, write a rap about them. So So shout out to him.
But even with that kind of background in a culture where you always need to be evolving, she was content to just coast by on the success of Munch for a while. Because as long as people were still on board with it and talking about her, there seemed to be no cause for concern. Particularly when people who you'd never assume would be part of her quote-unquote munchkins were rocking with her.
Ice Spice is here, the munch girl.
Yeah, it's the munch girl.
Oh, you thought I was feeling you? That nigga's a munch. Nigga's a eater, he eat it for lunch.
You said that a little too spicy.
I like that song.
We know.
And I like her.
But ultimately, it was a move that a lot of people immediately thought was a bad decision.
I kind of feel like Ice Spice is being set up to fail. You know, I don't know how that new project is shaping up right now, because obviously there is going to be an album at some point. Like obviously somebody is you know, pushing for her to make a project. But I feel like just kind of parading her around in multiple places is to just perform like the one song and maybe another track that people are kind of clowning on the internet is like not you know, the best way to kind of like secure the longevity of her career.
That said, the music was only ever one part of the equation for Ice, and it was something she seemed to be aware of. However, the fact that she chose to pursue that image-focused approach ended up limiting the attention her rhymes received. Straight away, people seemed to be thirsting after her and her massive butt. However, by leading with that hypersexualized image from the start of her career, it meant that's all that a lot of people wanted from her. And sometimes, it was all she was willing to give. For example, when she was recently asked to freestyle by Kai Cenat on stream in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers, she opted to twerk instead of showing off her talents and potentially gaining some new fans.
Hey.
At other times, the people she's collaborated with have made it obvious that they're more interested in her physical assets than in her actual music.
That's crazy.
So if you your number through DM.
I got
Ging,
I'm gonna drop a song tonight on SoundCloud.
Hey, we'll talk.
Alright.
Okay.
Stream that.
I bet. We don't give a fuck about that song.
Damn.
Just DM me.
Because she was constantly objectified and reduced to just her body, people had been anticipating her
Gewoon
fall off
Coileroy
for a
eigenlijk.
long
Coileroy,
time. 7 months
ik weet
ago,
niet.
a Reddit user started a debate
Ging
where
begon
he
ook te
asked
twerken
how
bij
long it
die,
would take for Ice Spice to fall
bij
off,
die XXL.
claiming that all she had to offer was
Zomaar.
ass and that the music would eventually speak for itself. And when someone tried to argue that the entire industry was backing her up, so she'll be alright, she was then compared to Saweetie, who, despite having over 13 million Instagram followers and even a McDonald's meal dedicated to her, couldn't sell more than 2K copies of her album first week. It seems that the moment where her music became the main focus never quite arrived. Instead, the fascination with both her tracks and her twerking has gradually faded. Being known for your aesthetic over your artistry is always a hard thing to navigate in itself. But with Ice Spice, that's really only been half of the battle. Because over the past year, she's had a whole lot of bad press, which has taken her from someone you root for to an entitled artist who's maybe bought into her own hype a little too hard. Ever since she emerged, Ice Spice had to fend off rumors that she was an industry plant. And whether or not she is, what didn't help was when her producer Riot was accused of essentially bribing fans into buying her music to give it an inorganic boost up the charts. Accused is actually the wrong word. It would be easier to say that he got caught red-handed and then tried to cover his tracks. This was brought to light from a user on X who showed this tweet that dates back to April of 2023, where Riot said, "Which big Munchkin account or Barb account can I trust to distribute funds for y'all to buy Princess Diana?" If you're acquainted with hip-hop culture, you know that there's nothing fans like less than inauthenticity. And when it was revealed that the same producer who'd been with her from the start of her career was the son of Hot 97's DJ Enough, it really didn't help. Then, there was another surefire way to create negative controversy in hip-hop: create a satanic panic. After she linked up with Taylor Swift for the remix of Tay-Tay's track Karma, it naturally gave her career a boost. And soon, they were hanging out together at events such as the Super Bowl. But it was at that event that she truly ended up on a global radar for all the wrong reasons.
I don't know if I'm tripping or not, but is that an upside down cross, bro? it breaks my heart because I love Ice Spice. Like, I actually enjoy her music. Like, as you guys see here, they're at the game right now. They keep showing her on, and I swear that's an upside down cross.
Because of the backlash, this elevated and diminished her career all in one. Instantly, her behavior was under a microscope, and soon, there was about to be plenty of friction that would leave people thinking that she was fundamentally not a good person, or at the very least, that fame had corrupted her. Around a year into her career, the stories started coming out thick and fast. Like stuffing a hairstylist who happily aired her out on Instagram when she said, "I was supposed to do Ice Spice's tour and they sent me a wig order. And then they called me again to add more, and then it was time to pay. They didn't have the budget. You really disappointed me when you asked for those tour units for free. $20K in wigs for no promo at that." It wasn't just hairstylists she had drama with. When she found herself beefing with her former best friend Baby Stormy, things escalated pretty quickly. Stormy revealed text messages where Ice was allegedly throwing shade at Nicki Minaj, despite Nicki having helped her land the Barbie collab feature. She's kinda like my mom, ungrateful and delusional. I cut her off. This wouldn't be the only exchange she would have like this, as Ice seemed to be throwing shade at other artists on various tracks. Recently, there was her alleged shots at Cardi B on BB Belt, where she referenced not only her plastic surgery, but hinted towards Offset sliding into her DMs too, spitting, "Think she pretty but changing her face, falling behind like bitch pick up your pace. It was funny till I took her place. Her man calling but I'd be like, who's this?" In response, Cardi B told the world that she would get her lick back on her upcoming album. Then, there were her issues with Lotto, the person who the song "Think You the Shit" is apparently about. Apparently, Ice Spice felt like she was shading her in a snippet, so Ice went on the attack.
I'm in the back of your weak ass snippet. Like, that's why I was confused.
Literally, like.
So I was like, wait a second, that's me? So I'm like, okay, since we're talking about me, let's talk about me. And I dropped that. It was really just a snippet, but just be, you know what I'm saying, be bold. So I was like, oh, we're being bold today.
She then doubled down on the track "Gimme a Light" from Y2K, where she referred to Lotto as a failure. Bitches be losing the plot, and that's how I got to the top. And no, I don't got any ops. Like, why would I beef with a flop? But with sales of 29,000 and 28,000 each for their last albums, there really is no telling who's falling off harder. Another drama that majorly impacted the public perception of Ice Spice was her manufactured relationship with Central C, who featured her on the track "Did It First." If you're not familiar, the track is all about cheating, and they took it to another level by pretending to be a couple online before the truth was revealed.
Wait, pasta. Talk to pasta. This that UK.
That's that Cali hash though, straight from the B.
Don't push me down the steps now.
However, one person who wasn't made aware of what they were doing was influencer and Central C's ex, Madeline RG. In the aftermath, she was left so heartbroken by it that she didn't eat for 5 days.
My ex-boyfriend
Altijd, man.
kind of publicly violated me through the means of using me as a pawn in his PR stunt and also not informing me of his PR stunt, which was to essentially make it look like he's sleeping with another girl.
To make matters worse, the whole thing backfired, and the audience those antics were intended for rejected them and sided with his ex instead. Finally, we have the cherry on top, and that is the expose led by her former friend, Cleo Trappa. Recently, fellow NY rapper Cleo went on tour with Ice Spice, and the whole thing was a disaster from the get-go. Alongside claiming that Ice Spice is actually dating her producer Riot, she spoke about how she had to pay for her own meals on tour as well as not getting paid at all. From there, she suggested that ever since Ice got famous, there is something demonic going on.
Bro, that girl, she needs to be saved. Like, I don't know if she was always like that, if it's Hollywood, but Hollywood never changed me. But Nicki was very, very correct when she said, ain't no friends in the game. But me thinking like, oh, like, I was cool with Ice like before all of this, I didn't think like she was gonna be a weirdo over time.
Once on tour, she discovered a bag she had left in Ice Spice's dressing room was placed outside. She later discovered that $700 had been spent on her credit card. After she complained about it, Ice became hostile towards her.
I learned that this situation where I said something about my bags was the reason why I got mistreated the entire tour after that. And I had no idea that she was so tight at me for for saying something, because she's the type of person who doesn't like to be said. She doesn't want anything said to her. She feels too big. She feels too highly. She's on her high horse. Nobody can say nothing to her. But that's the type of person I wouldn't want as a friend. Like, I don't want a friend that I can't tell about themselves. Like, I can't tell you about yourself because you're famous. Like, that's sick.
Straight away, people rinsed Ice for it, and it seemed like people were really sick of all of her antics. Every story about Ice Spice is terrible. You're not that talented to be this mean. She's got the performing presence of a staple. Facts. And she doesn't have a strong fan base to fall back on. Ice did try and fight her corner afterwards, but it seems like no one really wants to hear it.
Crashing out is sad, you guys. Like, the scary part of fame, honestly, is the moment that somebody feels like they can no longer use your platform, or like they're not getting exactly what they want out of the situation the way that they want it. You know what I mean? It's like, that's when they decide to crash out every single time. You got less than 10,000 listeners and I'm sharing my stage with you and you feeling so entitled. Like,
She also got some shots in there, including calling her out for eating too much.
how we was at an Italian restaurant and you ate so much fucking food, you fucking vacuum, that the server was like, where did the food go?
Even then, Cleo still had the upper hand, hitting her with the Uno reverse card. Imagine being called big by someone that was just big. I'm going to bed, bro. Ozempic got y'all gassed and fat phobic now? Bet. Left without any support from anyone other than her diehard fans, Ice Spice is now facing a world where she is no longer just the cute girl that everyone was happy to let have her 15 minutes of fame. Instead, her continued presence in the culture has made that she's now a punchline, subject to endless parody.
She thinks she's so awesome. She stinks like a possum. Her man on my DM so fast. Poopy, poopy, out my ass.
I'm a freak in a bop. I take your man just a boom in the pop. My bitch is like Dookie. It just won't stop.
Although things look dark right now, this isn't necessarily a complete death sentence for Ice Spice. But any hope for her being respected by the culture seems to be long gone. Even after her album flopped, academics felt like it was just a symptom of where the industry is at, and if anything, it was mismanagement that led this to happen.
It's crazy because we're getting into this time where the album is becoming less and less valued. Yet, in all of these contracts these artists are signing, it doesn't say drop 2 singles and then we give you more money. It says when you drop the album, we need the album. And it's kind of crazy because they're still holding these artists who I don't think are album artists to an album requirement. I think that this doesn't help Ice Spice. Her selling 20K first week, whether it was an EP or whatever, it breaks the illusion of how hot you think she is.
When it comes to Ice, the draw is social media posts and catchy hit, and rarely is it ever a body of work.
You go on her Instagram, let's say her last post, you look at the likes, you look at the numbers, the engagement, 1.1 million likes. You look at these numbers and they look so fucking insane that you're like, damn, these artists are so lit. And that's why I said dropping an album doesn't help someone like her. Find a new gimmick for a new song. Every time she drops a song, there's like almost a new gimmick. When she was going that lotto, you not even a shit, you not even a fart. That was that gimmick.
Rather than being a standout artist who could be the next Nicki or Cardi, she's seen as just one of an array of female rappers whose entire shtick has always been limited and requires industry trickery to properly maintain. But once you start flopping, there's nowhere to hide anymore.
The Ice Spices, the JTs, the Sexy Reds, I think it's better off when they just give us singles, because they give us the best of what would be on an album. Rather than these artists, they're not giving us substance, they're just giving us fillers for an album. So you might as well just have them give you the single, because the single is going to be the hottest ones out of the bunch. Artists like these, I hope they just abolish this feeling like they have to give an album, or at least the label doesn't rewrite these deals, because when Ice Spice sells 20K, it breaks the brainwashing of the fan that she's so hot. Because what labels are really good at doing is creating, this is the hot thing, and if you're not tuned in, it's FOMO.
Fantano felt the same, believing that she'll pivot even further away from music to the point that it will just be one of those things she does, along with getting the bag from brand deals and other social media content.
Overall, I kind of feel like this record is proof of how much for Ice Spice and her brand, an album really truly does not matter. And that's kind of the thing. I don't want to say that this record is bad or is underwhelming, because I feel like Ice Spice lacks the capacity and the ability to make a good record. Really, to me on the surface, it reads more like a lack of effort than anything. Something she had to ceremoniously go through the motions of in order to get back to focusing on what actually brings her success and attention. And that would be singles, that would be performances, that would be viral social media moments and crossovers, traditional media blitzes as well, and that's pretty much it.
Basically, her posts are going platinum, even when her records aren't. Better known as something closer to an influencer than an actual hip-hop artist, it seems like the path left for Ice Spice is to steer into her online clout, rather than thinking she's going to be an icon in the rap game. After all, she's just one of many rappers who blew up on TikTok. And if you want to learn how much of a curse that can be, you can click one of the 2 videos on the screen. As always, it's your boy Luis.
We hebben niks te maken met TikTok. What the fuck zegt deze goon alweer? Justin Bieber. Oh, oh, oh. Ah. Fucking necropath. Wat ik nog even was Lexus. Victim was Charlemagne, okay. Nu wil ik wel zien.
Charlemagne the God is one of the biggest names in media today, and in an era of podcasts, he has impressively managed to do this over the radio. This is something that even people outside of hip-hop have given him major props for.
I've been a fan of yours for a while. I think you're the last great radio host, and you will be the last famous radio host.
However, for every person that's willing to give him his flowers for what he's accomplished in the media, there's just as many who wish they had never came onto his platform in the first place after they got absolutely embarrassed by him. My name is Luis, and these are the victims of Charlemagne the God. Out of the thousands of individuals who sat opposite to Charlemagne, DJ Envy, and Angela Yee during the glory days of the Breakfast Club, not many had gotten as personal questions leveled at him when he was just trying to be friendly as Logic. Not exactly known for his thick skin, Logic's tolerance levels were pushed to their peak by Charlemagne when the host asked him a really personal question about his father. Or accused him of being homophobic over certain bars from the past.
Now, I saw you do an interview with Vlad TV, and you said that it would be very uncomfortable for you to listen to a gay rapper talking about kissing a dude.
Did I say that?
I don't know.
You'd probably figure that's as bad as it could get. But as it turns out, that was just the tip of the iceberg, and he was about to get even more personal at one point. After watching that, people couldn't help but feel sympathy for the no pressure rapper. The whole interview made me feel uncomfortable. He was trying so hard to make Logic slip up and say something for clicks. So disrespectful with all the subtle shots, asking out of line questions. Poor Logic, he was so genuine through all of that bullshit. Bruh, I feel so bad for Logic. Later down the line, Logic would swear off of appearing on the show ever again, even covering it on the track Clickbait as he spit, "I don't do the Breakfast Club because Charlemagne is shameless. That's the only one I leave out when I run my bases. Do your research before you call someone homophobic. You making a living off of controversy, and you know it." Clearly left scarred by the experience, Logic's premature retirement from the game saw him do interviews where he basically did a post-mortem on the reasons why he decided to call it quits. During that press run, he spoke about the effect that the Breakfast Club appearance had on him.
When he basically kind of called me homophobic without even watching an interview, and I was like, I didn't even say that, and then for him to just out his mouth be like, yo, who your sister? Like, so callous, like, that fucked me up. And I actually held on to that for like 6 years. And I was like, this isn't healthy. And I'm talking to my therapist about it. And I put it on record.
Now that Logic is back from retirement, it's no surprise that he hasn't shown up to Power 105 for another interview in years. Ultimately, Logic was a huge success and his career wasn't made or broken on the Breakfast Club. So in that sense, what he said to Logic wasn't anything compared to the mental anguish he put on Lil Mama. Around the time she showed up to chat with the infamous trio, the lip gloss rapper was being clowned left, right, and center for her terrible impulsive decision to join Alicia Keys and Jay-Z on stage without being invited. At that point, things were already pretty dark for her, but when she came up to be interviewed, Charlamagne cheerfully tried to end her career and destroy her self-esteem at the same time.
You're an actual musician. You actually have, I guess, some type of talent. Like you did have a little buzz going at one
Definitely
point.
have talent. And
But what have you done lately, though? This is a what have you done for me now type of industry.
What have you done lately, Charlamagne?
Charlamagne wasn't done, and he went on to criticize her even more.
And if your face was the Bible, it would be the Old Testament.
You play too much, I swear.
Yeah, you gotta show and prove by actions and deeds, not words and lip service. You haven't put out no music in a long time. People know you for playing yourself, walking up on stage with Jay-Z and Alicia Keys.
Charlamagne, seriously,
That's
cut
the
this
truth.
out. Cut this out.
Could y'all please help me out?
Can he cut this out?
As opposed to ending his assault there, Charlamagne just kept taking her to task in a way that was nothing short of brutal and eventually left her in tears.
Chill out, Jurassic Park, Tyrannosaurus Rex, prehistoric.
I put out an album while my mother was dying of cancer. That right there alone is a struggle. That's hard. Right. That's tough for anybody. But my music will speak for itself. My actions will speak for itself. My mother will be proud. My father will be proud. At the end of the day. And nobody can stop me. Period.
I think you got a real story to tell, and I think you should tell it. And, you know, stop focusing on the gimmicks. Because right now you're like a caricature yourself.
Hated by Lil Mama ever since, she still holds a grudge to this day and even tweeted this in 2022. Charlamagne is a bitch. He tried to trick a black young successful woman from the bottom out of my spot. He actually goes on the list with killers, cops, feds, and other haters. Jealousy is a motherfucker, and it be your own people. In the Lil Mama situation, Charlamagne was in a position to take pot shots at someone who was arguably too nice for the rap game. And someone who can relate to that is Post Malone, who was treated horribly by Charlamagne for years. Entering the game to culture vulture allegations over tracks like White Iverson and Wearing Braids, Charlamagne had clearly made up his mind about Post by the time he came to the studio. As from the outset, he went out of his way to be unpleasant with him.
Well, his album is out right now. It's called Stoney.
Did you listen to it? Absolutely not. I might though.
What do you mean absolutely not?
You might like it. You might like it. I might though. Somebody did recommend it. I'm lying. But I'm gonna listen to it.
During the interview, Charlamagne even took digs at Post Malone's aroma.
No, I don't dislike you, but I don't like the smell of beer and cigarettes. And Post Malone smells like every beer and every cigarette that's in whatever convenience store in New York City right now.
Considering he even brought his girl on and clowned on her too, it was one of the nastiest performances by Charlamagne ever.
I know.
You know he's gonna sleep with other women though. You do know that. Are you aware of that?
He's gonna what?
He's gonna sleep with other women. No, I'm not. This is what y'all should do, threesomes.
That way you can basically see who he brings in and you could make sure you manage the whole situation. It's like being a promoter.
And you keep him out of trouble.
Situation.
You keep him out of trouble because you don't want him to end up catching no rape charge or get no girl pregnant, catch a STD. So if you're picking the girls, you're like, no, she's a good one. We can do this together.
Have you ever thought about that?
2-on-1. Man, y'all leave her alone.
But he didn't even stop there. Alongside calling him a fake future, Post's infamous comments that he doesn't listen to hip-hop to feel something sent the radio personality off the deep end.
He don't respect the culture. Like if he had more respect for the culture and actually appreciated hip-hop and talked like he appreciated hip-hop, I would probably respect him more. But when he says shit like, when you want to feel something, don't listen to hip-hop, fuck out of here. We don't listen to your hip-hop when we want to feel something. Stupid ass. True.
Despite Charlamagne's best efforts, it seems like the rest of the world is still pretty on board with Post. So some people think he should maybe let it go, as Post already has the W for getting such big reactions out of him. Post living rent-free in Charlamagne's head. I think it's fine if Charlamagne doesn't like his music, but attacking someone's character and disrespecting them is some immature middle school shit. Although Post probably gets burnt on Charlamagne's disdain for white rappers, he at least held his own when confronted by him. While for MGK, Charlamagne basically just let him embarrass himself. Over the years, Charlamagne has been known to slander rappers as freestyle. At this point, spitting bars on The Breakfast Club is basically inadvisable because if he doesn't feel it, then he'll let you know. Just consider the infamous time where he did this to Safari that's become nothing short of legendary.
Front don't deal with a back end, your pockets on a diet, nigga. I'm calling you Atkins.
Nah, that ain't it, y'all.
But when it comes to secondhand embarrassment from rappers as freestyles on The Breakfast Club, there's just nothing to equal MGK's attempt. When he first came onto the show, he seemed so eager to impress Charlamagne, and well, he didn't really do a good job at it. Instead, it looked like he was about to burst into tears afterwards.
I don't believe that you can tell me that this is not Good. I'd rather stuff my pockets with these dollars till the Fetty make it burst like piñatas. From the, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't see like how you can like listen to that and not like be like, that's.
It doesn't move me, man. Like.
All right, stop it.
It doesn't move me.
Let him listen to the album. Let him listen to the album.
He's a nice guy.
Nah, man, I'm not trying to hear that.
You're better than Yellow Wolf.
Nah, I'm not trying to hear that.
Since then, MGK has been back on The Breakfast Club without incident. But one megastar who actually appeared on the show long after Charlemagne had thrown a million jabs his way is Kanye West. Throughout his career, Ye has received Donkey of the Day numerous times over and over. So when they finally got him on the show, people were amazed that Ye even agreed to go on. But they wouldn't be disappointed with the outcome. Once he got in the studio, Charlemagne immediately provoked him when he called him Kanye Kardashian. After that, he gave Mr. West his uncut feelings about Kanye's latest album at the time.
Do you not like the reception Jesus has gotten? Cause I didn't like the album at all. And I was a Kanye West fan.
Yeah.
But Jesus was whack to me.
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
Over time, their relationship had retained this weird love-hate dynamic. For example, back in 2018, Charlemagne had a long-form interview with him and then gave him Donkey of the Day for his "slavery is a choice" comments just weeks later. Since then, he's claimed they squashed it all, and Ye even sent him some free Yeezys. But that hasn't stopped Charlemagne from still giving him Donkey of the Day whenever he feels it's necessary. Most notably, when Ye was going through the whole theatrical beef with Pete Davidson over Kim K.
Nobody is better at conflating BS with real issues to make himself look like the victim than Kanye West. Kanye doesn't want his kids on TikTok. I understand that totally. Kanye West, this is Charlemagne talking, Brother Leonard. You have more negative influence on people than TikTok ever will. Does Kanye West think depicting the murder of his ex-wife's boyfriend in a music video, decapitating him and burying him, is a positive image? Is he okay with his kids or any kids seeing those images? You think that video of you pretending to murder Pete wasn't all over TikTok? It's very hypocritical.
Although Kanye has had it rough from Charlemagne over the years, it's never felt like there's any real animosity there. If anything, there's some love. But the same can't be said when it comes to another megastar who has Charlemagne on his back from the jump. And that famous individual is Drake. At the time when Drizzy was regularly getting destroyed online for being too soft at the outset of his career, Charlemagne was one of the people who was leading that charge.
Show and prove by actions and deeds. Stop being a freaking sensitive ass girl. And I don't even want to say girl, because I know some girls that ain't that sensitive. Just stop being a sensitive person, period. I don't even want to insult girls like that. Because I always say it's 3 sexual orientations out here. It's gay, straight, and Drake. And Drake is just a whole different type of breed. It don't got nothing to do with nothing other than he's just a different type of breed, man. Stop being so sensitive, dog.
As the shots kept coming, this got a response from the uncharacteristically angry Drizzy.
Turn on like Power 105 and hear some nerd telling them that I'm gay or they have pictures of me, or that to me is like, why, man? Like, for what? You know, why are you using your job to tear me down? Like, you're a real fucking loser, you know? Sorry.
In retrospect, people think that maybe Drake actually took Charlemagne's advice in a way, which served as somewhat as an unintentional favor, as Drake would be toughened up from his criticism. At certain points, the two have been cordial, and after he dropped a lyric about him on Back to Back, Drake actually sent him bottles during the Meek Mill feud.
This guy Drake's really living his raps, man. He said somebody was gonna make him buy bottles for Charlemagne. He bought 6 bottles of Dom Perignon with a card that says, "Let's be friends, Aubrey Graham."
But since then, they have been up and down. Charlemagne says a comment here, then Drake responds with a bar or two. Most recently, Drake fired back at him after Charlemagne basically said that Slime You Out with SZA came and went without anyone caring. This time, it prompted a bigger response from Drizzy on Instagram, where he wrote, "You kinda weirding me out, G. Like you're really obsessed with me or something for years. Like you look in the mirror and you wish you saw my reflection type shit. Whatever you gotta do to let it out, I'm sure your 435 loyal fans will stand by you, you fucking goof." As for what the problem is, Charlemagne told Andy Cohen that he thinks this will just be the way it is, forever.
What went wrong? I really don't know. I think me and Drake will always have a love-hate relationship. I'll never, even though he's great, I'll never really have anything too good to say about him.
Over the years, Drizzy has received plenty of reasons to have issues with Charla. So many, in fact, that he probably hasn't even considered how weird he was to one of the Six God's ex-girlfriends, Jennifer Lopez. Over the years, Charlemagne has had a bizarre relationship with women. For one, he's been accused of unsavory things and even gave himself Donkey of the Day once for telling the world that he basically took advantage of his wife the first time they met. But when it comes to him being creepy on The Breakfast Club, no one had to deal with anything worse than Jennifer Lopez. During her appearances on the show, she's had to deal with some unwanted advances from Charlotte, as well as some following through on a very bizarre promise.
You know, I sniffed your chair last time you was
You're
here.
a sick person.
I know. I did. I couldn't help it. You're J-Lo.
J-Lo just left.
It's incidents like this that make people wonder if there's something a little off about him. I unironically think Charlemagne is on the spectrum. My boy has no filter. Charlemagne is that guy you don't want to bring to a family function. But while behaving bizarrely around women is one thing, what caused a bigger stir is when some people believe that he betrayed his co-host Angela Yee by refusing to stand up for her. After working together for years, the pair always seemed to have a friendly relationship that would make you think that if someone came for Yee, he'd have her back. But when Gucci Mane rolled through with some mad accusations that Angela had tried to get with him back in the day, that theory was put to rest.
Hey, you smash Angela Yee,
Of course not.
She didn't try. She was on my dick back then.
That is a lie.
I'm not lying.
No, we was cool. I was not on your dick. Stop
You
it.
used to be texting me what hotel you was at and shit like
That is a lie. Never. You must got me confused with somebody else.
Shortly after the interview was posted, media outlets began blowing it up out of proportion, and the clips of course went viral. As if not having her back at the time wouldn't have been enough, Charlemagne then had a face-to-face with Guwap and let both of his co-hosts get majorly disrespected in front of him.
And DJ Envy, he's a pussy too.
Envy did it too?
Envy's pussy, man. Pussy. So I'm gonna confront him about what him and Angela did, and if he come at me wrong, I'm gonna slap the shit out of him. Don't never try me like that, man. Because you was flirting with me, I rejected you, I don't want you. What you mad about? That shit wasn't even no big deal. I would never say nothing else about it. I never brought it up.
In the aftermath of that interview, Angela unfollowed him on IG, insinuating that she clearly wanted him to stand his ground, even if it meant taking a whooping. Afterwards, Angela made it clear that she didn't really have love for Charlemagne whatsoever during an interview with Variety. We've always been the same. We work together. It is what it is. Like he said, we're co-workers. A lot of people have jobs where they don't necessarily love the people they work with. It's just a part of life. That's not the person you'd hang out with in real life. In 2022, Angela Yee would leave the show, and it always felt like there were things left unsaid. Now, Charlemagne has since apologized for not having her back, even if he didn't necessarily feel like it was on him.
Like, I just don't think that as a personality, I should be held responsible for that. But then the nuance of it is, me and Angela Yee have worked together for almost 10 years, you know? And if me and Angela Yee weren't necessarily on the best of terms, I could see why she would feel like I'm not her friend. And you know, I literally just apologized to Angela Yee for that. Like, literally, I'm talking about like yesterday.
Although the Angela Yee incident would drive a wedge between them, there are other times where Charlemagne's victims are simply the recipients of his razor-sharp wit rather than anything malicious. And in the case of Kevin Hart, that's exactly what went down. As in this occasion, Charlemagne was funny enough to even best a comedian at their own game. Back in 2017, Kevin Hart was on his redemption tour after it was discovered that he cheated on his wife. So every press interview he did was about him trying to claim that he was a changed man, and for the most part, journalists were content to go along with his message. But when it came to his attempt on The Breakfast Club, it was quickly derailed by C the God with a single comment.
Wait, man, go ahead.
Speaking of jumping on that,
Yes,
what
sir.
was you thinking earlier this year when you got caught cheating in Vegas?
Hey, brother,
Mr.
listen.
Irresponsible.
It's beyond irresponsible, okay?
Hilariously, it only got worse from here. And although Kevin Hart kept trying to give as much praise to his partner as possible for taking him back, Charlemagne just stayed at it.
You're my rib. That's my wife. You're up here.
Well, what's your favorite side to have with your ribs?
Shut up, man. Shut up. That's a great joke, Charlemagne. You know I know some shit about you.
While that was all in good fun, the same can't be said for everyone who was the butt of a joke for Charlemagne. And sometimes even his friends aren't safe. Just look at what happened to Tyrese Gibson. Over the years, the actor, singer, and rapper has had a contentious relationship with the Power 105 show. He even got sued by a director for running his mouth off about the project in the studio. Over time, Charlemagne, Envy, and Tyrese got close. They even texted each other regularly. But when Tyrese fell on hard times, Charlemagne wasn't exactly there to lift him up. In fact, he piled on.
I've been sparing Tyrese only because even though I feel like he's full of feces, I wasn't sure what it was he was going through, okay? When he was crying online about his daughter, I had no problem with that. I'm a father, he's a father. Kids need both their parents, period. Okay, when he was online crying about The Rock doing the spinoff to the Fast and Furious, I thought that was extremely lame. But I told him that via a group chat. Yes, Tyrese, DJ, Envy, and I had a group chat that I no longer participate in, okay, because I'm allergic to lameness. Tyrese Gibson, I ain't even here to make jokes with you, all right? You need to learn to get out your own way. You the type to stand in your own shadow and wonder why it's dark, all right? Tyrese, you are the prime example of talk much and they think you're a fool, be silent and they become curious. Try being silent, and maybe people will start becoming curious about something other than your mental meltdowns, all right? We're not gonna be curious about no movies, we won't be curious about no music, because you keep talking too much, reminding us that you are indeed a devil damn fool. Please give Tyrese Gibson the biggest hee-haw, please.
Hee-haw, you stupid motherfucker, are you?
To say that fans were shocked at how hard he went at him would be an understatement. Tyrese, so you're just gonna kick me when I'm down? Charlemagne, where are my Tims at? This dude was working on Donkey of the Day like a science project. While they were once buddies, the relationship between them had majorly disintegrated. And as Tyrese continued to go through it, he spoke openly about how much Charlemagne hurt him.
You're this voice, you got books, you're this champion, outspoken man that represents all things mental health. And yet, I've lost count of the amount of time that he's contributed to the stresses in and around my mental health, from being insensitive or just deciding to talk about a man that he actually knows.
Now, in this case, all's well that ends well, as Tyrese has since gone on the show and made up with Charlemagne and Envy. But for some people, the verbal beatings they took from Charlemagne will last a lifetime. And for that reason, he's going to go down in history as one of the most controversial men to ever appear on the airwaves. When it comes to beef, there's not many out there who are willing to stand on business quite like Joe Budden. So today, we're gonna be going through some of his most unforgettable clashes, from the ones where he barely scraped by, to the ones where he faced total annihilation. Starting off with the chaotic downfall of Everyday Struggle, which at one point was seen as one of the greatest.
Sorry hoor, maar even iets aan het typen.
Broer, zing thee, broer. Ik heb kanker voor papa aan de zijkant. Zing, maatje. Eén tegen mijn spak, maar we hadden wel wat goed. Broer, zing thee, broer. Ik heb kanker voor papa aan de zijkant.
So this French guy, his
Meer dan 2 toestel aan de zijkant, dus relax, want ik heb stijl en geen lijktek. Ik heb meer dan 2 toestel aan de zijkant, dus relax, want ik heb stijl en geen lijktek.
Broer, je hebt geen stijl. Je hebt letterlijk gewoon alles van een merk gehaald. Dat is geen stijl. Dat is niet eens matchen. Dat is gewoon alles kopen van je merk. Maar daar gaat het niet om. Je zal gewoon een paar broeken halen, et cetera. Want die prijs van die Stone Island broek en die, hoe heet dat? Polo kon je allemaal andere dingen van halen, pik. Genoeg andere dingen. Het is fucking midwinter. Haal je een polo met korte mouwen. Fuck met jou. Nog een witte, broer. Je gaat, die is morgen vies.
His name's Michel, and Michel has successfully broken out of prison 5 different times. Until, well, you'll see. So Michel's pretty good at busting himself out of prison. Like once he snuck out by hiding in a delivery truck, another time he scaled the wall with one of those ropes made of bed sheets. Bro is a pro at this. He's like the MacGyver of prison breaks. But then, one day, it all changes. Because while he's a fugitive on the run, he meets this woman, Nadine. And Nadine, she's a bit of a turd herself. She's got a criminal record too. And she thinks Michel is fine. And they hook up and they fall in love and they live a life where they have to move around the countryside a lot so that Michel doesn't get caught. But eventually, they run into a big problem. They're out of money. And Michel can't just go get a regular job. He's a fugitive on the run. So he's like, guess I'll just start robbing places. And so he starts robbing places and people, and soon enough, police catch up to him and they bust him. So he goes to prison for like the 4th time in his life. And he and Nadine actually get married while he's in prison. And I'm sure it was a beautiful ceremony. But he's not there long before he gets a crazy idea to bust himself out again. And one day he gets a bar of soap and he carves it to look like a pew-pew. And he paints it black with shoe polish. Which, I gotta say, carving a believable firearm out of soap, that's actually pretty impressive. But anyway, then he has to go to court for a hearing. And while he's there, he pulls out his fake soap pew-pew and he threatens to shoot everyone in the room. And by doing this, he's able to escape prison yet again. And honestly, at this point, I'm like kind of cheering for him. Oh, but it's not over. Because then Michel and Nadine, they run off and they hide out in the countryside for about 2 years. And unfortunately, that's when they run into another big problem. Nadine is pregnant. And if you know anything about babies, babies aren't cheap. So again, they need money to live and to raise this kid. And Michel is like, well, guess I gotta go rob some more places. Because as clever of a guy as he is, I guess he just doesn't know how to do anything else. So he's gotta steal shit. And of all the places he could rob, he chooses a bank. A heavily guarded bank. So he goes to rob this bank, and during this robbery, it's all chaos, and it all goes wrong. And police show up, and he ends up shooting a police officer. And so he gets caught, and he's sent back to prison again, this time with an even longer sentence. Oh, but you know Michel. He's not gonna stay in prison for long before he tries to escape again. And it takes a few years, but eventually, he and Nadine, they come up with a plan to bust him out. And this plan is wild. In fact, it's probably the craziest prison break story I've ever heard. So first, Nadine goes and she gets helicopter flying lessons from an instructor. And she takes these lessons, and after a few months of dedication, she passes the exam, and she legitimately gets her helicopter pilot's license. And this is an actual photo of her sitting in a helicopter during a lesson. And apparently, she's a decent student. She actually ends up being pretty good at flying. So then, one day, she goes to visit Michel in prison, and she low-key slips him a note. This note tells him to meet her on the roof of the prison on the morning of May 26th, 10 a.m. And Michel's like, all right. Now, to get on the roof of the prison, Michel is gonna need to create a distraction. So he and his prison buddy, this guy, Pierre, they steal a bunch of nectarines from the prison cafeteria, and they paint them to look like grenades. Like I said, bro is the MacGyver of prison breaks. But anyway, then the big day finally comes, May 26th, 10 a.m. And just before this, Nadine, with her new pilot's license, she goes and she rents a helicopter. And she and an accomplice fly about 19 miles to Paris proper, and they hover the helicopter over the prison. Meanwhile, inside, Michel, he hears the approaching helicopter outside. So he and Pierre, they pull out their fake nectarine hand grenades, and they're like, we're gonna blow this whole place up if you guards don't back off. And to the guards, these look like real grenades, so they listen and they back away. And Michel and Pierre, they make their way up to the roof. And then they bust out, and they see Nadine's helicopter is hovering there above them, and she throws a rope down, and Michel, he starts to climb up it, and Nadine's accomplice, he pulls out a pew-pew to cover Michel while he climbs up. And believe it or not, there are actual photos of all of this going down. And like you can see Michel there hanging from the helicopter, and all the prisoners down below are cheering him on like, yay, go Michel. I mean, this is all just entertainment to them. Like one of their fellow inmates is busting out. How could they not cheer them on? Anyway, so Michel gets into the helicopter and the guards are closing in. And Nadine, she panics and she pulls away and she flees. And poor Pierre is still standing there. And he's like, oh, sacre bleu, as the guards tackle him. They left Pierre behind so that they could get away. Imagine being Pierre and doing all that work to orchestrate a prison break, and then that prison break is successful, but your partners in crime panic and they accidentally leave you behind. That poor guy. So anyway, further away, Nadine lands the helicopter in a soccer field nearby, and the three fugitives, they abandon it and they flee.
Nearby?
And so they're out now, which means that once again, Michel has successfully escaped from lockup. But then, about 4 months go by, and French police, they're able to track Nadine down, and bam, they arrest her. And she gets 10 months in prison. Which, to me, 10 months seems a little light for the crazy stunt they just pulled, but whatever, they caught her. Meanwhile, Michel doesn't get caught. He's still hidden, and he goes and he tries to rob yet another bank, and during the robbery, police show up, and there's this whole big shootout, and then, kaboom! An officer shoots Michel right in the head. Now, lucky for him, he actually survives. And he's in a coma for a while, and he's paralyzed on one side of his body, but eventually he recovers. And that's when they send him to a maximum security prison, which is probably where they should have sent him 4 prison breaks ago. But regardless, over time, he and Nadine end up getting a divorce. And while he's in this prison, this woman on the outside, her name's Jamila, she starts writing him. And they become pen pals, and eventually they fall in love. Now, the crazy thing is, she also ends up trying to break him out. And not only does she try to break him out, but she tries to break him out roughly the same way that Nadine did all those years before, with a helicopter. So Jamila hijacks a helicopter by sticking up the pilot, and she has him fly them to Michel's new prison. But they don't even get close to the prison. The plan fails, and Jamila's arrested, and she gets 7 years.
Damn.
Meanwhile, Michel, he serves his sentence. He spends 17 years locked up. He never successfully escapes from prison again, and he actually got out legally in 2003. So he's out now, and here's what he looked like in real life.
Crazy. Een seconde hoor. Even die keer maar openen.
Okay, because I have a really big surprise for you. Oh, sure. Okay, so say hi. Hi. Okay, so you know how last week you told me that you have to get 2 jobs just to pay your rent?
Yes.
Okay, well, I went home and told my friends on the internet, and together we raised over $12,000 for you.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
So
Very nice of you.
hopefully you can just rest for a little bit, and you won't have to get that second job right.
Tesla had just shot. Oh, look at you confusing.
I think I'm taking this away from money from you. You know that's not true, Jack.
Well, why did you love
that's
that?
not true.
The money. You've been okay. Listen to me. Everything
that's not true. Come
No,
on.
I don't know. I don't know that's
I've
not
been
true.
here since every day. Why are you saying I'm taking this away from money from you? You know that's not true, Jack. He survived. He's alive.
Holy shit!
Made it. He made it, guys. Let's go. Come on. He's alive.
Call 911 twice. I thought about it and I said, "What am I fucking crazy?"
Let's go. He's alive, guys.
You don't want.
He survived.
Gonna be able to pay for a boat for you. Dan is still alive, guys. We're on. Dan is still alive, guys. Listen, everybody get on. Dan is alive. He's buzzing. Dan is.
He survived. He's alive. Let's go. Come on.
Can't grab it on the street.
Why are you saying I'm taking this away from money from you? You know that's not true.
Well, why did you love that? The money. You've been okay. Listen to me. Everything
That's not true.
No, I don't know. I don't know that.
I've been here since every day. Why are you saying I'm taking this? Why are you saying I'm taking this away from money from you? You know that's not true, Jack.
Well, why did you love that? The money. You've been okay. Listen to me. Everything
that's not true.
No, I don't know. I don't know that.
I've been here since every day. Why are you saying no, that's not true.
All right, guys. Come on.
But just wanted to give a great shout out to Ada and Tick
I'm gonna be joining the team, and we're gonna be doing great things. Give me a vote. We're gonna be a decent salary, so I have something to work with. We're gonna be, just wanted to give a great shout out to Aiden and Tick. I just wanna be TikTok.
Not giving the GoFundMe money is just not true. This deal is still on. He's buying you a boat, brand new boat. Clear everything up for people.
Het is niet wat ik moet doen. Verder. Gaan we even één ding doen. Gelijk door. Oké, is geregeld.
There's nobody in here. What the fuck?
He makes them.
What is it?
Shotgun shells. He loads them with silver. That's where he was last month, hunting. Well, I guess he won't be needing this anymore.
Hey, I just realized something. We're free.
Nee, jullie zijn niet free.
No, Max. We're not free until Chris Hackett is dead. And it doesn't look like we've got much time.
I know, you're right, but let's just take the win for now, huh?
We'll celebrate when it's over. We're going straight to Hackett's quarry, and we're ending this. Tonight. And I made my way here, to camp. Left Max at the island. Seemed like the best place for him, surrounded by water and all. That's it. That's the story. Don't all jump in at the same time. After you saw me at the pool, after I shot Chris, I went back to the island expecting Max to be back to normal. But
Shit. Oh ja. Dus die meid is doodgemaakt door Chris. Of ja, veranderd.
Max! Max? Hello?
Daar gaan we.
So the werewolf I killed can't have been Chris.
That wasn't a werewolf. It was Kaylee Hackett, Chris's daughter.
Whatever I shot, that was no girl. Unless, I guess, it turned back after I shot it when I went to the island.
Wait, so how come Max didn't kill you then?
He tried. I got away. I need to end this. We don't have much time.
Hij is ook gebeten, dus what the fuck.
Oh, look it. Oh. So this is our new guest. Smell good, don't I? Go on, take a bite. Come on. Dumb fucking animal.
Crazy.
It's always nice to see you. Isn't it fun delving into the past? They're a bad lot, aren't they? Shall we have a look at what you found? The chariot. At the reins of a chariot, we would all feel safer. Taking control, relying on determination to make our choices. Valiant, but in some cases foolish. Many seek refuge in chariots, but perhaps in some cases they're not as safe as we think they are. Ah, the world. Often travelers' paths are direct, But sometimes it is not so simple. Sometimes they're intertwined with others. Compassion over anger. You'll need friends where you're going. It's not until we fall into the belly of the beast that we realize how perilous things can be. And the same question as always. Will you let me show you more? Chariot or world? Only one future can be seen. Choose.
Praat rustig, joh.
You'll be seeing me a few more times before the night's over. I look forward to that, as long as you follow the right path, of course.
Niet creepy.
Where is Chris Hackett?
Shut up.
Wow, rude.
Guys, she murdered Kaylee.
We have been over this.
Caitlin, what do I do?
Oh, wow, real strong showing on the leadership front.
I said shut up.
Oh, no way. I am not getting involved. This is all you, buddy. Look, just think about everything that's happened tonight, okay? That's all I'll say.
Hold up, you said you heard a woman crying when you escaped?
Why? What do you know? It's the ghost story he told us about, right, Caitlin? This isn't a ghost story, it's a creature feature. It's really happening and you're all in it. Your bracelet.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to help. Worst case scenario, this should give you a fighting chance.
And this will kill them? For good?
Yeah.
But what if it's Nick or someone?
Like I said, worst case scenario.
Brian, put that fucking thing down before you hurt someone.
So, come on. Where does Chris Hackett live? When he's not at camp, I mean.
What makes you think I know that?
You guys are counselors, right? You've spent the last 2 months here? He's not in the storm shelter. I'm clearly getting nowhere hunting him in the woods. I need a place to start.
I think that spooky house behind these woods.
Dude!
What?
Wat is met deze guy?
Listen, there could be another way.
Helemaal
Have you thought
niet,
about
bro.
that?
I've spent the last month thinking about nothing else. Look, when the sun comes up, I am stuck until the next full moon. So is Max, so is anyone else he's bitten.
How is that our problem?
Why don't you ask your friends in the woods?
Don't forget about Nick, dude. Okay, any clothes are one of this for you two with cold water. Brian, let's just get out of here.
I'm running out of time. If I can't find Chris Hackett, then a lot more people are going to get hurt.
I'm going with you.
What? Yeah, what they said.
There's no way I'm letting a murdering fugitive like you go anywhere near Chris on your own.
Wow, are you flirting with me?
What? No.
Fine, do whatever you want.
You saw what happened to Nick. He was bitten.
Everything's gonna be fine. That cop car you stole, where is it?
Ditched in the lake.
Why?
It was a stolen cop car.
You're gonna have to try and fix the minivan. Get somewhere safe. How long do you have?
An hour or two? I don't know. It doesn't seem like an exact science.
Then we better get going.
Ik kon net zeggen wat er gaat gebeuren.
Are you sure this is the right way?
Pretty sure, yeah.
Pretty or definitely?
What do I look like, a tour guide?
Pretty sure, yeah.
This doesn't feel right. I think you're up to something.
I'm not.
You better not just be running out the clock.
I'm not.
Huh. And that guy's slick.
The longer we're out here, the longer we're in danger.
Said the murderer.
It might be a lot more pleasant if you
The murderer. Die guy is wel irritant, man.
What is wrong with you?
I've had kind of a fucked up summer.
Yeah, well, doesn't kill you, makes you stronger.
What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know, you're still alive, I guess. Nobody else needs to get hurt. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. No offense.
I'm not doing this for revenge. I need to save Max.
You're doing all of this for a boy?
What am I supposed to do? Just leave him like this? I owe it to him. Like I said, kind of a fucked up summer.
There it is. Hackett House.
So he lives in some redneck mansion with his redneck family in the ass crack of the woods? Look at this place.
No, but it's where his mom lives, I think. Never been there, but if we're looking for answers, it's probably the best place to start.
So, wait, how do we get there?
What do you mean?
How do we get to the house?
That's a really good question. Maybe we just don't.
Deze Koen, broer.
Will you stop protecting him? Whose side are you on?
At this point, I have no fucking idea.
There is a lot more to this than you realize.
Like what?
Kidnapping, murder, cover-ups. I think the whole goddamn Hadley is in on it. Maybe the whole camp, maybe even you, for all I know. Yeah, great. Just walk away.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just figured that instead of standing around listening to you complain, I'd actually try to find another way across. Fuck. Let's go.
Let's go, leave one more. Hey, back, man.
Laura? Are you hurt?
It's so hard.
Oh, I could have died.
We could have died. But we didn't. It's nothing, you'll be fine. And you don't look delicious to me yet, so I guess that means we still have time. Come on, let's find a way up.
That's not funny.
No,
It's a bit funny.
Oh my god, Laura. Jesus, Mary and jazz hands.
Nah, hij is sowieso gay.
Here's a thought.
What are you doing?
Relax. Look. What big eyes you have, Grandma.
No shit. Can you see yellow in my eyes?
Define yellow.
Shit. We haven't got much time.
Nou, ik dacht het was helende water of zo, maar nee.
This must be part of the old working quarry.
Makes sense.
Did you hear that too?
It's her.
Who?
The hag of Hackett's Quarry. It's like she's warning us off.
Or guiding us. Shit.
Think anyone heard that?
No, they can't have done.
This place is not up to code.
I mean, if the code is literally crumbling to the ground, then I think it's doing fine.
Let's just keep moving.
Yeah. Careful. Jeez.
Just look at this place.
Jeetje.
I could really do with a hamburger right about now.
Stop being weird. Oh boy, this is high. Whoa.
Do you think actually something is in here with us?
Either that or this route isn't as disused as we thought.
A long way down.
Well, where's cave out?
Look who's finding their funny bone.
Wat de fuck doe jij nou?
So what's your deal then?
What do you mean?
The whole mysterious, brooding loner thing, it doesn't quite fit with the I love my camp leader vibe.
So I don't fit into the right box, is that what you're saying?
Je weet dat ik niet...
You know that's not what I mean.
I've been coming here for years. You get to know a place and it feels like a second home, you know? I mean, until now.
What about your friend, Caitlin? Is that her name? It seems like she looks up to you.
Yeah, she has the hots for me. Dylan does too.
Oh, modesty, thy name is Ryan.
I'm not being smug about it, it's just a fact. They're not exactly secretive about it.
So what about you? Who do you like more?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe neither.
Hij is gay volgens mij, man. Ik weet het zeker. Met die guy is helemaal lovey-dovey en met die meisje doet hij alsof het een enemy is.
This way.
You
I
are
see a
not my
light.
friend.
Yeah.
You is my enemy.
Or you can just
Enemy.
hang out here. Up to you. Thanks for your help.
You had it under control.
Dat is wat ik bedoel. You're not my friend. You is my enemy.
Looks promising.
Kijken of ik niet... Oh, wat was dat? You is not my friend. You is my enemy.
Careful. Splinters.
Thanks, I'm fine.
Guess we found the party.
Alcohol. From Prohibition. These are rum running tunnels.
That would make that liquor almost 100 years old. Probably still good.
Good. Try vintage. Well, I guess the Hacketts were bootleggers.
Makes sense. I guess when the quarry shut down, they branched out.
Come on, time travel later.
You is not my friend. You is my enemy.
You think this is it?
Beats me. I'm pretty much completely lost.
Yeah, me too. Shall we?
the hell happened here?
Oh.
Nothing good.
Ah, sorry.
We've got to keep moving. It's not safe.
Mr. H is gonna be pissed.
Look, honestly, if half of what Laura's
En
saying is
deze gaan we
true,
morgen
I really don't care
spelen
what
via
Mr. H
Twitch
thinks.
helemaal afspelen.
What do you think happened to Jacob and Emma?
Probably nothing. Hopefully.
I mean, should we go find them? Warn them?
I think the safest thing, the most responsible thing is to try and get help.
Right. And then we can come back for them.
And Nick.
And Nick.
What?
Well, let's see what the damage is.
Well, fix or no fix?
Okay.
Can you fix it?
No,
Oh.
not without some parts. Specifically, a rotor arm. There's a scrapyard up the road.
So you can fix it?
Well, no promises, but if there's hope, that's where we're gonna find it.
That sounds like a long shot.
Heb je iets beters te doen?
Got something better to do?
Not die?
Yeah, I'd like that too, by getting the hell out of here.
Okay, well, just because you're using logic to make sense doesn't mean that I'm totally into it.
I'd kinda like to not die by staying here.
We don't all need to go.
I kinda like that idea.
You're coming with me.
Fuck.
Should I just go back to the lodge and wait?
You know, there's actually a shelter under the lodge. It's probably safer.
Is it locked?
I don't think so.
Good, great. Head down there and stay put until we come back.
Hell no. Van deze morgen spelen. Want hell no. Oh. Even kijken of ik nog een video kan vinden. Anders is het klaar.
Last night, Tesla shocked the world by giving us something that Apple couldn't. Excitement! They not only introduced 2 brand new products, but they laid out a plan that if they could pull off, it would literally change all of our lives. And that is not even an exaggeration. What they announced would make parking lots disappear, would turn taxi drivers into taxi managers. And Elon said, and I quote, "With these 3 products, people will soon live in an age of abundance, the likes of which we could have not even envisioned." So how the hell is Tesla gonna take us there? Well, they believe with the cyber taxi, the robo van, and the Optimus robot. So like the video if you want to see a future full of abundance and absent of Diddy parties, and let's get cracking. Okay, so last night for America, today for us in the UK, Tesla rented out the entire Warner Brothers studio in LA, all to introduce to us the cyber taxis, the robo van, and they even had Optimuses, Optimi, walking around and among us humans, and even serving people at the bar. I mean, if you haven't noticed yet, they are literally recreating the iRobot movie in real life, but apparently a good version. Yeah, we all hope and pray. So they decided to call it the We Robot event. I mean, even if it's supposed to be the good version, you know, it'd be nice if like Will could just stay in shape for maybe like the next decade, just in case. But you see, what I loved about this event is that Tesla didn't just release another old product. Like, goddamn. I mean, that's what we saw with Apple, right? The biggest tech company in the world just releasing another iPhone, pretty much the same as last year. But with Tesla's products, they were created to try and fundamentally change transport as we know it for the better. So let's go on this journey together, okay? Get your imagining caps on. That's lame. Isn't there an imagining cap or is it a thinking cap? Whatever, let's get our thinking caps on. Imagine owning a fully self-driving sub $30,000 car where when you are not using it, it could literally be out there making you money by giving other people lifts. Let me explain. I really love this idea so much. So Elon talks about how, you know, out of the 168 hours we have in a week, only 10 of those hours are people actually driving on average. Because for them to be used, you need a human and a human's time. But take away that human, and not only does suddenly everyone's car become useful in the 94% of the hours that it is unused throughout the week, but also you get those 10 hours back as well, because essentially you're stepping into this little comfy, you know, waiting room, essentially, where you could now go the hell back to sleep and get those extra 30 minutes an hour, and you then wake up rested at your destination, or you could watch a movie, do work, anything else you can imagine. And Tesla believes that this individualized mass transit, love that phrase, would decrease transportation costs dramatically. In fact, he says that the cyber taxi will become 80% cheaper per mile than the freaking bus. 80%. Elon believes that, yeah, it seems crazy now, getting into a car with no steering wheel and no pedals, but he reckons that the same way that we now go into an elevator and we don't even think about, you know, it not being operated by a human like it used to be, it'll be the same, but this time for cars. Just think about this. Taxi drivers will go from taxi drivers to taxi managers, where they simply supervise a fleet of these things. And I mean, I guess thinking about it, like the main bit of resistance that I can imagine is like, you don't really want someone else in your car. I get that. But they say that they also will have these little stations where, you know, they are cleaned entirely by robots, and they even have wireless charging, so it brings it back to you fully charged and spick and span. They'll just drive in, and while they're getting cleaned, they'll be stationed over this pad where it's just charging. So, you know, saves a bunch of time. And here's another really cool point that he made. You know, the scary factor of, you know, like getting in a car and it being driven by itself. You know, I can imagine that being a pretty big issue, right? But as data already shows, at least as of right now, self-driving cars are safer than human-driven cars. For example, Tesla's full self-driving beta vehicles crashed 0.13 times per million miles on non-highway roads, compared to 1.53 for human drivers. And human error is accounting for the vast majority of those collisions. And I mean, the reason that he gives for autonomous vehicles being safer currently, let's just put that disclaimer in there, is because these databases are collecting information from millions of these cars from all over the world, which are also experiencing millions of some of the wildest hazards. The average human, however, hasn't even encountered a tenth of what these Teslas are experiencing and then learning from. Therefore, they would instantly know what to do in some of the craziest situations that the average human would have never encountered. And actually saying that makes me think there was definitely some movie where they made this remark about like robots, like once one learns something, they all instantly know it. And that is like terrifyingly powerful. Whereas, you know, like the smartest person in the world, Elon, if he learns something, you know, we would have to go through the process of trying to understand and learn what he's... No, if he's a robot, bang, we all know it. And that is a rapid evolution of intelligence that I don't think we can comprehend. I mean, that's why AI is so terrifyingly, potentially powerful. Now, he lists as a consequence of all of these potentially beautiful and amazing things, transport would be cheaper, cities would be cleaner, and Elon even said that we could take the ing lots out of parking lots. and just turn them back into beautiful green parks. Now, along with these cyber taxis, they also unveiled the Robovan, which Elon called the Robovan because... Of course, it's Elon. And to be fair, they didn't give us much detail on this thing apart from that it'll be able to carry up to 20 people or just, transport goods. And then that could even further lower the cost of transportation. And then finally, the third product, which I personally think has the, the biggest potential for going crazy and being really bad, is the Optimisuses. That's the worst. Plural. Let's just decide this now. It's not Optimuses, because that's corn casserole. Optimi. One Optimus, many Optimi. Optimuses, whatever. Now at this event, he let them out of their cages to roam amongst the humans. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, some of these interactions were kind of crazy. Like, they played paper, scissors, rock with someone. That's pretty wild.
Scissor,
now, as
rock?
for the actual use case of these Optimimimis, he said anything. The best way to think about it is like, imagine ChatGPT, if you ever used that, imagine ChatGPT with a body. Yeah. Gets weird. He said that you could own your own for about $20,000, or they are available to rent by the hour. It'll be able to babysit your kids, which, oh God, I mean, it wouldn't be the first thing as someone who's creating this I would like to throw out there. You're really throwing us in the deep end there. Like, we already think these things are pretty damn creepy, let alone raise our children for us. It could also do things like household chores, tidying up, making dinner, mowing the lawn, shopping for groceries, taking care of the elderly family members. Just generally any of the tasks that we humans don't really want to do. He believes that the Optimi will become so useful that, like just how everyone owns a car, everyone will own a robot, aka their own ethical slave. And because of that, he said it will become the biggest product ever of any kind. With Optimus, we're essentially creating our own ethical slaves that have no feelings. And because of that, Elon said, basically, anyone will be able to have any products or services that they want. It will be an age of abundance, the likes of which people have never envisioned. That is simultaneously exciting and terrifying. I don't even know how I feel about that. And look, I'm not going to stand here and ignore all of the counterpoints that people have, fairly put out there, like Elon promising the world so many times things that haven't really come about yet. And also that these things are so ambitious that it simply will never happen. And like, fair enough, right? They have some valid points, but goddamn, off the back of what freaking Apple gave us, this was it just felt so refreshing. It felt exciting again. It gives us something cool to look forward to in the future. And yeah, Tesla's taken a bunch of risks and will probably, almost certainly make a bunch of mistakes. But I, for one, as a customer, that's the kind of products that I want to see someone at least trying to create. And I mean, it's worth remembering that Elon's the guy that brought us freaking Starlink. He's the one that made a rocket 30 times cheaper than NASA's space shuttle in 1981, and 11 times cheaper than the average launch cost for them. He brought us PayPal. He made Tesla, which, fun fact, is actually the only electric car company in the world that's profitable. That is a wild little rabbit hole to go down to, but I urge you to go down to it because it is mind-blowing. But the point is, I think that we look on the bright side here and encourage innovation rather than just criticize it out of existence. Now, he says that the cyber taxis will go into production before 2027. As for the Optimi, not really sure. So, I mean, I guess the ultimate question is, what do you think? Could Tesla actually pull all of this off, or are they just making these promises that they cannot keep? Woo! 2 vids, 2 days. I bet you didn't expect that, huh? I don't want to see one late comment. In fact, I never want to see a late comment again for this week's performance. All right, love you guys. I'll be back on Monday
laat me kijken of ik nog een video kan
for the
vinden.
news roundup, rapid fire news, and I'll see you.
Laat me hier kijken. Leuke dieren shit video.
NANI? Slick back. That's what I said. Slick back. No, I'm a pimp named Slick back. Pimp named.
Nog 10. Crazy. Gaan we even kijken. Insanely evil human experience that actually happened.
These are some of the worst experiments
Goed gegokt op de titel.
done on humans in history. Inspired by chat history. Number 1. The Holmesburg Prison Experiments. Alright, so in this experiment, prisoners of all shapes and sizes were persuaded to go through some fun experiments. You know how makeup and beauty companies usually test on animals? Well, imagine instead of putting lipstick on a bunny, they infected humans with skin viruses to see what happened. But that's of course not the limit. The prison was essentially just an experimentation ground for anyone who had a question on their minds. Like, if you attach a dead guy's lungs to a living guy's back, will the lungs come back to life? Probably not, but only one way to find out. The best part is, all it'll cost you is $50 for the test subject, plus whatever lungs go for on the black market these days. The types of experiments that happened here were completely absurd. Like, the US Army had a few at the prison involving certain substances with a few fun effects, like temporary paralysis, permanent violent behavior, and hallucinations lasting days. Lord knows what kind of knowledge they got from that. One can only presume. The kind of experiments happening in the prison were horrifying. Imagine being paid $300 to run around for a while, and then just having your sweat glands permanently removed. Like, you need those for sweating. Well, despite how completely horrifying that was, at least they knew what they were getting into. Wait, no they didn't, because the experimenters didn't tell them what they were getting into. And damn, there goes my segue. Well, we are now talking about the Tutskoye nuclear exercises. Tutskoye? What does that mean? Well, it's a place in Russia. Are we really surprised that Russia made it onto this list? It was only a matter of time. So, what happened here? Well, the Soviets marched about 45,000 troops into the middle of a giant area. All the soldiers knew was that they would be helping to test some sort of weapon. Keep in mind that that's all they knew. So they were probably a little surprised when their own government detonated a 40-kiloton nuke in the sky. Yup. And you can absolutely guarantee that they didn't make sure that the participants were adequately protected. The result was thousands and thousands of soldiers having their lives destroyed by radiation poisoning. Because the bomb was detonated far enough away that the blast wasn't the thing to kill people. It was the radiation. The government said that the point of the experiment was to test the effects of radiation poisoning on people in a war zone. But they never actually followed up with any of the soldiers, so it's pretty clear that their only goal was to detonate a nuke over a bunch of soldiers, and then just see if they'd be able to keep fighting. The only redeeming fact about anything the Soviets did is they warned villagers about the event. They said that if they weren't going to leave, they should dig a hole and just sit in it until the effects wore off. Other than that, they really didn't care about whether or not you lived or didn't. So what ended up happening is a lot of soldiers came away from the event horribly disfigured in some way. Or they just died right there. And the Russian government got more information about how nukes work, so lose-lose all around. Wait, hold on. If you made it this far into the video, please subscribe. Now we're taking a trip south to Romania. And if you know anything about the legal system in this country, you'll know that a Romanian prison is not the kind of place you want to spend any time in. This entire experiment happened inside of yet another prison, and it was not a beautiful situation. So the question the experimenters came into the experiment asking was, how do you break someone's mind and body effectively to turn them to your cause? And well, the answer is interesting. So the experiment came in 3 phases. Phase 1 was adorably named External Unmasking. The prisoners would be forced to torture each other to discourage them from joining forces and working together. Basically, they were supposed to absolutely hate each other, because they were all political prisoners. During this phase, prisoners would be humiliated in any way possible in order to break their spirits. I can't even get into it on YouTube, but trust me, it was bad. The mental conditioning they went through was insane as well. They would daily be forced to attend political re-education classes full of complete propaganda, after which they would both have to write about what they just experienced, and essentially just confess to their crimes against the state. And then they would be beaten. That sums up the first stage pretty well. The next phase was called Internal Unmasking. Here they would be interrogated to reveal which of their fellow prisoners tortured them the least hard. which wouldn't end well for whoever they revealed. And the final stage was called public moral unmasking, which was a combination of public humiliation and being forced to denounce their own religions. You can really tell how much effort and care the experimenters put into this. But despite all the effort they put in, the outcome probably wasn't what they hoped for. Mid-experiment, a regime change happened. The people who ran the experiment were killed, and the prisoners were not released. So really nobody was happy. Alright, next up, we got another completely terrible dude. This is Chester M. Southam, a scientist who went to Cornell. The reason he's in this video is because he conducted clinical research on people without their informed consent, which could be rephrased as he injected people with diseases without them knowing. So basically, people with some kind of illness would come to him for treatment, and Chester figured that that would be the perfect opportunity to perform his own experiments, against their wills. So he would inject them with cancer cells without them knowing, just to see what would happen. Wait, is cancer a disease? Yes, okay, we're good. Well, eventually, of course, his colleagues reported him to the board, as one does. And soon, good old Chester was serving life in prison, just as he deserved. Wait, he didn't? He got a year of probation? Damn, that's, that doesn't seem right. Not to mention that injecting cancer cells into people wasn't even the extent of his crimes. He also did the opposite, injecting other diseases into cancer patients, among these being the West Nile virus, dengue, and freaking mumps. Like, this guy said, yup, I'm a doctor. He took the Hippocratic Oath and everything. Then he just turned around and started stabbing people with cancer needles. Also, I'd like to add that I couldn't find anything about whether or not those people survived, which really says a lot about which parts of the news we prioritize. If there's one thing the US military loves, it's freedom and oil. But if there's a third thing they love, it's finding better and better ways to take out the opposition. But for them to get so good at taking out the opposition, they had to test out their weapons. And who better to test their weapons out on than their own soldiers? Actually, a lot of people would have been better. Or just no people. Well, anyway, the army used about 7,000 soldiers and 1,000 civilians for their testing. What kind of testing? Really, any kind of chemical weapon they wanted, but they were primarily focused on nerve agents. Things that would be able to take out a whole village without destroying any property. It would be more safe and humane, they said, which of course justified whatever they wanted it to. Like, for example, they tested this riot control chemical on some people. For about 1,000, they sprayed them with it. 180, they put it on their skin. For 82, they did both. And for 31, they put it straight into their eyes.
Both?
For some people, this led to permanent damage to their eyes and skin. Because, first of all, this is entirely experimental. They had no idea what it would do. And remember that these test subjects didn't know what they were getting themselves into. That would defeat the purpose. The riot control chemicals were also just the tip of the iceberg. They tested out actual mustard gas on them, which, if you aren't familiar, is a gas that will just completely burn you. It'll destroy you from the inside out, or the outside in, depending on how it's applied. In this case, that knowledge wasn't even shared, but we can safely assume they tested it in every possible way they could. Okay, cool. That was bad. That was freaky. Next up, we got the Willowbrook State School Study. Yup, it's not out of prison this time. It's out of school. Which, to be fair, the school was essentially just a fancy prison. When one of the presidents visited the school, he called it the snake pit, which is a confusing metaphor to say the least, but it also encapsulates the spirit of the school pretty well. So this was a pretty prestigious school, targeted at a specific demographic, mentally challenged children. So parents really wanted to get in. And when this dude, Dr. Krugman, said that all you need to do to get into the school is to participate in my experiments, a ton of parents jumped at the offer. So what Krugman said is that he would be helping the kids defeat hepatitis, which was a disease that killed a ton of people in history. The one thing he left out of that proposition was the fact that first, he would be infecting those children with hepatitis. The symptoms of that disease, by the way, are not fun. It'll give you a fever, permanent liver damage, and yellow skin, among other things. It can definitely kill you. This dude was messed up. He fully thought that what he was doing was helping the kids in some way. Because eventually, if the experiment worked, they would have gotten a hepatitis cure. But you know what the worst part is? His experiments actually helped the progression of the hepatitis cure. So not only was this guy doing completely horrible stuff to these kids, he was actively being praised and celebrated by his peers. Like he was actually elected president of the American Pediatric Society. The insane irony there. I don't get it. Eventually, a reporter broke into the school and saw the complete chaos and horrors that were happening there. Because, believe it or not, a man who infects children with hepatitis does not actually care too much about their safety and comfort. The reporter said that, "I would imagine that the situation I had was similar to the GIs that freed the concentration camps." So, just think about what that situation was like. I feel so bad for those kids. Alright, maybe you've heard of MKUltra, the secret CIA project that tried to mind control people. It never ended up working, but it did manage to absolutely ruin a ton of people's lives. Well, meet its cousin, the very descriptively named Project Artichoke. If you've seen Zoolander, you'll be familiar with the evil plot in this project. So, this was another CIA mission, this time with a very specific goal. They wanted to be able to mind control someone to the point where they could be coerced to pull off an assassination against their will. Which is an absolutely insane mission to have, but hey, it's the CIA. The official memo released for this project poses a very interesting question. Can we get control of an individual to the point where he will do our bidding against its will, and even against fundamental laws of nature, such as self-preservation? Yeah, from the start, they knew exactly what they were in for. They knew that to accomplish this mission, they would need a lot of mind-melting drugs. But which ones?
LSD.
Well, that was the question. They tested all the heavy hitters one by one, until they landed on their golden child, LSD.
Oh, fuck.
They started doing all sorts of experiments with it. The
Ik heb geleerd
documents
op
don't even
school.
go too in depth about what they did,
Toen
but
bijna
you can get
achter.
some lines from them, like physiological harassment for special interrogations on human subjects. Which does not paint a great picture of the situation. The people who walked out of these experiments would also be permanently damaged. But the thing is, they wouldn't remember anything due to the insane amount of LSD they were taking. They would have these really vague memories of the experiments, but nothing concrete at all. Completely absurd stuff. Anyway, that's it. YouTube thinks that you'll like this video next, so click on it.
Dat is niet waar. Zo werkt YouTube niet. In ieder geval, jongens. Dat was het. Dank voor het kijken. Dank voor het kijken. Dank voor het kijken. En tot morgen op Twitch, denk ik, want mensen vragen daarom.